Did you guys hear anything this morning?
I did.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. That was me trying to talk to someone that was allowed in a few.
All right, breaking news. We got a situation in Willowbrook, California. It looks like another ICE shooting. It looks like possibly ICE agents ambushed or shooting here. What's going on here? Shooting involving federal agent in Southern California. We got another one, folks. We have another one. Holy smokes. Willowbrook, California. Let's turn the volume up and find out what's going on here. Heavy police presence. Another ICE Border Patrol DHS agent type shooting again. Let's listen in.
One street, 126th Street here in Compton. We do see one car on the scene that has front end damage and also appears to have been involved in a possible chase. Yes, Philip?
David, let me give you some new information here, according to the Century Station Sheriff. So you're on the scene. They've not talked to you, but I can tell you that according to them, at 7:25 this morning, Border Patrol informed the Sheriff Department they were doing an operation near 126th and Mona. Shortly after that, and it appears that's what the chase involved, but a shooting involving a federal agent did occur. No one was hit by the gunfire. All suspects have been detained and officers accounted for. So that is from the Century Sheriff's Station, that a shooting involving a federal agent did occur. No one was hit by the gunfire. All suspects have been detained. All officers accounted for. So that is information for you. If you're talking to anybody there, you can pass that along to them. So it doesn't appear as if there is a search. And maybe that explains, again, to both of us, why everybody is so casual and everything is just seemingly under control right now.
And thank you for sharing that. Yeah, we've been trying to gather information from officers here on the scene, and obviously it's developing as we speak. So I don't know if they have limited information on the ground or they're waiting for someone else to pass that information along. So I'm glad that you were able to share that information here on the scene. Like I mentioned, what's interesting is that it appears all these officers, different agencies, are kind of keeping to themselves. We see the federal agents huddled together. We see California Highway Patrol together, and then I see the LA County Sheriff's Office deputies who are on the scene huddled together. So I don't know if that means they're working independently or if they're if one has a rank or control over the scene, but we do see California Highway Patrol taking pictures of vehicles here on the scene, trying to gather information. We see two federal agents walking our way that have tactical gear on. They have their guns, their vest on, their mask on. So of course that draws the attention of residents here in this neighborhood who mentioned to us, at least a few of the people that we've spoken to, that some of them live in fear and have been living in fear because of what they're seeing in and around LA when it comes to federal raids and what we're seeing across the country. They say that there's a lot of immigrant families that live in this community. So of course, seeing agents on the ground this morning, drawing up a lot of fear, especially as a lot of them are walking their kids to school this morning.
Well, David, I mean, here's the thing that just, we can speak a little more because we're streaming and we can talk with each other. It does strike you that the federal agents are carrying their weapons, whereas all of the local agents are just casually walking around. They're talking to people, and there is a different feeling when you see the federal agents walking around than when you see your local agents who very possibly might live right next to you. So that you can understand where the community is getting their emotions from, because the federal agents are carrying themselves remarkably different than the local agents.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Talking when we first arrived, I did notice one person that was here on the scene. I'm assuming they live nearby. They were talking to an LA County Sheriff's deputy, and you could tell it was becoming a heated argument between the two. One of them was excited to see us here. The man talking to the deputy was excited to see us here because he said he wanted attention on what's taking place in his neighborhood. And by us being here, of course, the word was going to get out that there was some kind of federal enforcement raid taking place in their community. But the LA County Sheriff's deputy, I overheard him respond like he didn't want this to escalate into something more, because right now, obviously, it was very early into what was taking place here. So he was trying to calm that man down by trying to talk to him. But right now, it's an ongoing investigation. Things seem to be very controlled here on the scene. People are asking a lot of questions, and hopefully we get a lot more answered. But as you mentioned, Philip, the Sheriff's Department did confirm that there was a shooting that took place, but no one was hit and no one was injured.
Okay. David, thank you. We're going to wrap this up with you for the time being here. This has been our live stream broadcast at 8 a.m. David, thank you very much. Again, at 7:25 this morning, Border Patrol informed the Sheriff's Department they had an operation near 126th and Mona. There was a shooting involving a federal agent. No one was hit by gun.
Well, we will cover something else here while we're here about this mass chaos, but that is another situation. But yeah, we'll learn more. We'll learn more. Thank God nobody died there with that situation out in Willowbrook, which is Southern California. Crazy stuff, man. There's crazy wackadoodles out there. Let me turn the volume down here. Something else is brewing here in Minneapolis. So I'm going to switch over here and try to learn out more about that in the meantime. But it seems like they're doing more. Activists are now, talking about strikes and whatnot. So I'm going to get this up here because I don't want to end the stream quickly. We're only here for a few minutes, but wow, man, this stuff is crazy. This stuff is crazy. And something tells me with something like it's something to do with the car ramming and everything like that, which transpired here. Mass chaos around the country. I should say mass chaos, but crazy stuff. Now, in the meantime, I was going to come live and talk about two things here. I want to get this up in the pipeline. Something is brewing about lawmakers here and everyone talking about this massive protest in the next couple of days. So I want to get this up here and share what is going on. They're speaking now about the matter. I'm a little bit behind, but they're speaking now. We're just going to continue to cover the craziness that's going on out there and listen in. I'm going to try to find out more about this shooting out here in Southern California. Shooting, mass chaos. So the reports out of Willowbrook is someone ran their vehicle again at Border Patrol. So we got another situation. It's just everything keeps just spiraling around the country with all these incidents that are popping up. My goodness, it just continues. Craziness. Ooh, that state representative is speaking.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, members of the press. Good morning to our wonderful legislators who are gathered here, our lawmakers. We are here today for a very important occasion. I am Minister Janae Bates Amari. That is spelled J-A-N-A-E, Bates, B-A-T-E-S, Amari, I-M-A-R-I. I'm the co-executive director of Faith in Minnesota. And I am here with several of our lawmakers who are signed on to a very important day that is happening here in the state of Minnesota. So as many know, our state has experienced one of the most devastating, most aggressive, and the most violent in our nation's history, immigration enforcement. And to be clear, it is not just about immigration. It has been about cutting our federal funding. It has been about cutting Minnesotans off from one another. It has been about division and divisive tactics that tell us that we shouldn't care for each other. It has been about pushing us down and trying to subject us, trying to tell us that we deserve less than what we do. And Minnesotans have overwhelmingly said no. We have stood and refused together that this state is deserving of the kind of pain and cruelty that we have experienced from ICE enforcement and ICE agents in our state. And so on Friday, January 23rd, Minnesotans across race, across place, across faith, across income, across industry are coming together to take a collective pause, to take a day of reflection and moral action together. And this day of truth and freedom is one that is being called for by Minnesotans across the board. Hundreds of businesses have already signed on, so have students, so have hundreds of organizations and labor unions, hundreds of faith institutions and communities. And we are calling for this to be a day where no one shops, no one goes to school, no one goes to work. But instead, we take action together in community, in moral reflection, and in moral action. And so as we are gathered here, we also have legislators who are here standing in solidarity with their constituents, with Minnesotans. We also, it's important to note that those who are outside of Minnesota have been standing in solidarity with us. We have heard from thousands upon thousands of people in different states across the country who are having echo actions similar to our large rally and march in downtown Minneapolis at 2 p.m. on Friday. And they are holding space for people to reflect, to fast, to pray, to lament about what is taking place here, in the hopes that what Minnesotans do together, the way Minnesotans show radical compassion, love, care, hospitality for one another in the face of this violence, that this will be a reflection of what is possible in every other state. Not the violence, but the love. Not the harm, but the care. And so that is why I am grateful to introduce our next speaker, Representative Jamie Long, as he speaks about why he and so many others are here and are celebrating, frankly, this day of unity and of truth and freedom on Friday.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Jamie Long. I am the House Democratic floor leader. My mother-in-law immigrated to the United States from Peru 50 years ago. And last week she had a doctor's appointment, and she brought two things with her to her doctor's appointment. She brought her passport and she brought my wife. And that was not because she was afraid of the neighborhood where the doctor's office was. It wasn't because she was afraid to go to the doctor alone. It was because she told me that she was afraid that if I stopped her, her accent would be too hard for them to understand when she told them that she was a US citizen. And we have seen this fear across our communities, and it is justified because we know that ICE has been stopping, detaining, arresting, harassing people for no more than their skin color or their accent. And this racial profiling is not an accident, it is the point. We are seeing folks from ICE trying to meet arrest quotas and arresting citizens and arresting individuals through no other reason than their skin color. And we are seeing that this is creating a culture of fear in our immigrant communities, and this is the point. My mother-in-law made it to her doctor's appointment because my wife took off work to allow that to happen. But so many Minnesotans have had to skip going to the doctor, have had to skip going to work, have had to skip going to school, have had to skip going shopping for basic necessities like groceries. And that is not something that I, as a white Minnesotan, have to face. And so that is why I'm standing here in solidarity with my colleagues, with our community, with our friends, with our neighbors, with my family, to say that we need ICE out of Minnesota, and that we need accountability for the unlawful, unconstitutional actions that we are seeing every single day. And I need to feel that discomfort. I need to feel, at least for one day, what it's like to be a person of color in Minnesota, in the United States in 2026, who is afraid to do the very basic things. I need to experience that truth, and I need to stand up for the freedom that all Minnesotans and all Americans deserve. And with that, I'll turn it over to Senator Muhammad.
Thank you for Representative Long for sharing, and to my colleagues who are not just from Minneapolis, but almost every corner of our state, who have been incredibly strong in this moment. And thanks for asking me to speak today. And for the opportunity to speak before you, on the opportunity to speak before you in calling for all Minnesotans and all supportive Americans to join us in a day of collective action. By now, we all know the names, images, and stories we will never forget. Renee Gutt, shot and killed point blank in broad daylight. Zhang Tao, dragged from his home in the freezing cold in his underwear. Nasra Ahmed, 23-year-old woman having a seizure in Charbon County Jail. Victor Diaz dying in a concentration camp in Texas. Destiny Jackson giving CPR to a 6-month-old baby who was tear gassed. Yesterday, we learned about another victim whose name we don't know yet. A Brooklyn Park police officer driving innocently off duty when she was doxxed in by federal agents who drew guns to her face. Those outrages were caused by lawless federal agents and followed by a cover-up of disgusting lies by the leaders who sent them here. And that alone would be enough for a nationwide day of action. Those violations are playing out hundreds of times a day on people forced into hiding of fear and on neighbors taking their kids to school or their spouses or their parents to the hospital. Minnesotans are saying no and resisting every day in small ways, donating food, giving rides, blowing whistles, and taking videos and delivering food. On Friday, we will resist in a big way, the day of truth and freedom, to pause this state and come together as one. Let's show this authoritarian government that power in the United States lies not in our temporary leaders, but in our Constitution. And those first 3 words, we the people. And I will introduce my colleague, Representative Maria Isa.
Buenos dias. Good morning, Representative Maria Isa Perez Vega. I represent this district of 65B, where we stand in our capital city is St. Paul. I'm speaking today as a legislator, but also as a mom and someone who's hearing every day from families who are terrified of what will happen to their children if they are detained. Parents are afraid that if a simple errand, a drive to school or a walk to the store could mean being separated from their kids. That is our reality in all of Minnesota, all areas of Minnesota. No parent should have to prepare their children for the possibility that they may not come home. That fear is real in St. Paul and in West St. Paul and in Duluth and in Rochester and in Mankato, Worthington, and is being caused by the actions of ICE. This fear is not only devastating familias, it's hurting our local economy in immeasurable ways. Small businesses in St. Paul are suffering as people stay home out of fear. Stores are empty. Restaurants are struggling. Entire neighborhoods are being destabilized. This is not how a healthy community functions, and this is not what safety looks like. And the truth is, this could all stop if ICE left Minnesota. The fear, the disruption, the economic harm, it's not inevitable. It is the result of deliberate federal actions targeting our communities. That is why we must respond together. And we must respond peacefully. I want to thank everybody that has been doing that. Thank you for keeping faith and hopeful actions towards the movements of peace. We are calling for a clear, nonviolent, and powerful economic message that says we will not accept this targeting and we will not be silent. Our response is collective, moral, and rooted in dignity. We will show our power, not through harm, but through unity. That is why I'm encouraging Minnesotans across St. Paul, West St. Paul, the districts that I represented, the districts that my colleagues represent. We are calling folks across our state to participate in a day of truth and freedom. On that day, we pause together. No work, no shopping, no school. This pause is to send a message, a clear message that cannot be ignored. Our communities deserve to live without fear. Our children deserve stability. And Minnesota will not accept policies that terrorize families and undermine our local economy. We will show our power, our fuerza, nuestra dignidad, y lo vamos a hacer juntos. We're going to do it together. Muchas gracias.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brad Tabke. I'm state representative in Shakopee, House District 54A. And I just want to communicate with everyone today that this is something that is happening all over the state of Minnesota. President Trump, Vice President Vance's campaign of retribution against the people of Minnesota is not a Minneapolis thing, a St. Paul thing, an urban thing versus suburban thing, a red district or a blue district kind of thing. This is a campaign against Minnesotans, and particularly in my community of Shakopee, we have been, we're drowning. We're under siege. It is, we have had we'll do this without crying today. We'll see if this works or not. Thursday, we had hundreds, and that's not hyperbole. That is not exaggeration. We had hundreds of agents in our community terrorizing our neighborhoods, creating fear and intimidation every single day in our communities. And this is, again, not just blue districts and red districts. This is all over the state of Minnesota. We have in Jordan, there are checkpoints set up for every person of color who is coming and going from mobile home parks to get stopped and have their papers checked by ICE. This happens in Shakopee every single day. And ICE is creating this upside down, topsy-turvy world where everyone is someone who should be feared. Everyone is someone who should be looked at askew. And it is not something that we believe in here in Minnesota. It is not something that in my community of Shakopee that we believe in. We have groups of folks working to keep our neighbors safe, to reduce the harm that is being caused by ICE on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, everywhere throughout the state of Minnesota. And it's really important that everyone stand up together on this Friday and make sure that we are sending a strong, clear message that President Trump, Vice President Vance, Minnesotans are working together to get ICE out of our state. It is not making us safer. It is not making our neighborhoods any better by the actions that are happening in our communities, and it must end. People are dying. People, they are causing car accidents. They are hurting people. It is happening constantly, and we need to make sure this is happening, that they leave our community. I would say on Saturday morning, we had, there was a resident who was delivering food to a mobile home park in Shakopee. She was surrounded by ICE, 15 agents, guns pointed directly at her and her husband's head for no reason other than delivering food. That is all that was happening. Construction workers trapped on roofs, being threatened with tasers if they don't comply with showing their papers, and they're U.S. citizens. And it is not who we are. And I hope that this can end. And Friday will show that Minnesotans are together on this work that needs to happen. And so I just appreciate everyone being here and telling these stories and talking about the real concrete damage that this is doing in all of our communities across the state of Minnesota. So with that, we have Senator Liz Bold.
I'm Senator Liz Bolden. I represent District 25, which is Rochester and surrounding areas. Across the state, our families, neighbors, and communities are being terrorized by a militarized federal agency, openly, consistently violating the Constitution, targeting people of color, endangering everyone. The lawlessness, brutality, cruelty, and inhumanity must stop. And I want to echo what my colleagues have said. This is not just a Minneapolis issue or a St. Paul issue. This is happening all over the state, in Mankato, Duluth, Albert Lee, St. Cloud, everywhere in between, and in my community of Rochester. We have seen people snatched out of their cars as they are going to medical appointments. We have seen workers at their job abducted while they are taking the trash out to the dumpster. The impacts of this are immense. People are scared, and rightfully so. But Minnesotans know that we are not powerless in this moment. The same reasons that we are being targeted as a state, and we are being targeted because of who we are. As Minnesotans, we take care of each other. We protect each other. We welcome everyone, regardless of where you were born, who you pray to, how much money is in your bank account. We show up for each other, and we will continue to do that. Now, in care and love, that looks like many different things. At a big scale, it looks like paid leave and universal school meals and protecting reproductive freedom. On a smaller scale, it looks like parents who are patrolling their schools so kiddos can get safe passage in and out of school. It looks like neighbors taking groceries to people who are too afraid to leave their homes to get the things that they need. It looks like constitutional observers who are observing what is happening and bringing that transparency and light to the lawlessness and terror that is happening in our communities. And Friday, it will look like people not going to school, not going to work, and not shopping. Minnesotans know our power when we stand together, and that's what we will continue to do to protect our neighbors and tell ICE to leave our state. And with that, we will open for questions.
Jamie, with the legislature going back in the session here less than a month, is there anything at the legislative level that is going to be proposed here? Is there anything the legislature can do at this point here?
There absolutely is. And many of us up here are working very hard at coming up with legislation that can push back. And if other legislators have ideas that they want to share, we can have folks come up. I personally am working on a bill with Senators Fate and Champion to allow for individual Minnesotans who have had their civil rights or constitutional rights violated by ICE to sue for damages in civil court. We saw a district court judge last week say that it was highly likely that ICE was violating people's First and Fourth Amendment rights. That is not a partisan issue. These are constitutional rights that are basic to all Americans, basic to all Minnesotans. We've even seen some Republican members of the legislature speak out against these violations of constitutional rights. So I'm hopeful that we can find bipartisan support to have some of these protections in place. I don't know if anybody else wants to speak to other bills that we're doing.
I can speak on behalf of some legislation that myself and other members of the St. Paul delegation in supporting behavioral health programming to our capital city and county of Ramsey for the consequences of the unconstitutional actions by federal agents, as well as supporting DOPA children who have been separated from their parents and guardians at this time.
Hi there, I'm State Representative Mike Howard. I'm the co-chair of our Housing Committee. As folks have said, there is massive economic destabilization happening because of the actions of ICE that's affecting communities in a very broad way and Minnesotans in a broad way. Specifically, Minnesotans are facing potential challenges with making rent because of how many businesses are shuttered and families unable to get to work to care for loved ones or what have you. And so we are pursuing state-based emergency rental assistance. We believe it's really necessary that the state step up and provide emergency rental assistance to Minnesotans. There are, of course, ways right now that Minnesotans are stepping up in amazing ways to donate to locally led efforts to deliver that assistance to folks. And that's amazing, but the state needs to step up as well. So that's something else we're working on.
Representative Lee Finke, I'm hearing, well, I will be introducing two bills.
So I made a post about this Representative Finke. She's the one that is encouraging people to continue to protest in front of inside churches. She made a post, this one here, this representative here, as encourage people to this day, even after the Minneapolis incident, continue to protest against ICE agents. I'll tell you something. I got a crazy phone call here 5 minutes ago. That's why I was off. You will not believe who called me. I got a crazy phone call. All I can say, I'll just say about this phone call. Let me just say, I got a crazy phone call here and spoke to somebody from Washington just a few minutes ago. That's why I was off. And they are very interested in someone in Minneapolis. And someone's getting in big trouble. We're talking about people that, done some crimes in Minneapolis and they were interested in my footage. So holy smokes, this is crazy. So that's all I'm going to say for now. That's all I'm going to say for now. But if you've been watching, this is crazy. All right, let's listen in on this representative.
Restricting ICE agents, one requiring them to not wear masks in the field. The second requiring cars that are used to detain individuals to be marked and appropriately suited for the transportation of humans. But I do want to say quickly that all of this is moot if we do not have enforcement of the laws. And when we see the civil rights of our individuals being broken in the way that they are, we can pass all the laws we want. If nobody's going to enforce them, they're not going to save and help our people. So we need partnership with the enforcement of these laws.
Hearing lots of bills being floated here, Representative Long, you speak to, or maybe anybody else, like how much you think this will be the defining issue of the session when we return in February?
Well, certainly there are a lot of issues that we need to deal with this session. We have not been back in session since the Annunciation shooting. We need to deal with gun violence prevention. We have a lot of priorities that we're going to be pushing, but we can't ignore what is happening in our communities. We certainly hope that ICE is gone by the time that we get back in session. That's our call today. But if they're not, right, this could be happening in real time while we're in session, and we could be confronting this continued invasion of our state and the continued unconstitutional illegal actions that we're seeing affront our citizens. So that is going to be something we're going to have to address. And of course, we're still in a tight house, but I'm hopeful that our colleagues will see that this is not a targeted operation looking to enforce immigration laws. This is a broad attack on our state, an attack on our constitutional rights, attack on legal principles. And so I'm hopeful we can find bipartisan support. And Representative Kislev.
Hi there, I Representative Lise Kozlowski. I represent Duluth, and I'm the co-chair of the People of Color and Indigenous Caucus, and just wanted to add that, yes, slate of legislation and policy and funding measures that we can look at, but right now we're also deputizing ourselves as state lawmakers, as elected officials at all level, to do what community is already doing and standing up and stepping in the gaps. We need to also step in. From the Posse Caucus, we have a lot underway, as well as many colleagues here in community who are working on things that we can just do. There are things from, declaring an eviction moratorium to stop the bleed, evict ICE and not us. There, in addition to the rental assistance, there are things that we can do with hospitals to restore those as safe and healing zones instead of places that are criminalizing our community members and having a chilling effect on folks being able to access that care. Support for our immigrant and small businesses that are being shuttered and closed down. That's having reverberating impacts on not just communities of color and immigrant communities, but everybody that is employed and our communities that are more vibrant in our tax base that's held up thanks to our people in our communities. Restoring, childcare centers, schools as places of learning and not what President Trump is wanting to make our communities as war zones. I'm really proud of our superintendent in Duluth and working across the state to make sure that we're rallying not just districts that we represent, because we know a lot of our community members, where I'm at, where Representative Senator Bolden's at, is in red places covered by Republicans who are actually adding on to the pain and the cruelty. And so there's a lot we can do. And I just want to say that it is in the power, and we need to actually use its full extent and not give ICE another cent at our congressional level as well.
I'm curious if anybody could, weigh in on a message or maybe advice for someone who might want to support this effort on Friday, but is worried about not having financial means to do so, maybe worried about losing their job if they, don't go to work, that sort of thing.
Go to work if you We're not forcing people. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Just, is there any message or advice for somebody that might want to support or take part in Friday, but is worried about calling out for work, or maybe might not have financial means to not go to work?
Oh, absolutely. So there are a lot of ways that people are able to step up and take part in what we are doing today. There are actually 4 demands of this particular day that we're calling for. So yes, as you have heard our legislators say resoundingly, ICE needs to leave Minnesota. We are also calling on our congressional leadership to be decisive about the fact that they have to do their job. And currently, it is in their hands to decide if they want to continue to fund this masked militia that is wreaking havoc in our cities and in our state. And so you most certainly are encouraged to call your U.S. Congress, your congressional people, to let them know that message. We are also most certainly calling on the ICE agent who is responsible for the killing of Renee Good to be held accountable, to be prosecuted. And we are also calling on our businesses and our corporations across the state to stand up, to be leaders, to be corporate leaders, in most certainly demanding that ICE leave our state, but also the other demands. And frankly, to be clear, especially for those who are concerned about businesses in particular, there are hundreds of businesses, small and mid-sized businesses, who are closing on Friday because of this. And frankly, there are also hundreds more that are closing because they're forced to close, because of the actions of ICE agents, because of the devastation and the havoc that they've been wreaking here, that it has become untenable. And so the collective pause is one in which we are all most certainly needing to have together to deliver this really strong and important message.
I'm just wondering how, if state legislation can actually keep ICE agents accountable and the feds are superior.
Well, if there are other bills on accountability, we'll let folks speak to those too, but at least for the proposal that Senator Champion and Fateh and I are bringing forward, the concept is that we are enforcing the Constitution, and the Constitution is the supreme law. There is no issue of federal versus state sovereignty. And so we are giving individuals that right to sue for damages, for having a door broken in without a warrant, for having their car windows smashed, or perhaps even most tragically for being shot and killed. And so that will not have ICE agents leaving our communities, but it is at least a form of redress that we can provide at the state level, and there may be others.
But on that point though, I mean, some of the other ones, like the ban on wearing masks and what kind of vehicles they can drive, I mean, is, say for the political reality of the legislature where you would need Republican support for them, but wouldn't that be vulnerable to a court challenge? Just thinking about how, likewise, or counterpoint is that the feds can't command or local law enforcement to work with them. So wouldn't it go the other way, that the legislature can't tell ICE what to wear, what to drive, etc.?
Representative Lee Finke, I'm carrying both of those bills. I think inherent in your question is the conflict that we are trying to resolve, which is that we have people in the state of Minnesota who follow no law, whether it's local or federal law, state law. There is an agency operating outside of the law. And as state lawmakers, we only have the tools in our toolkit to try to create any level of humanity and dignity for our neighbors, and we are going to use those in every way that we can. So can we force them to take their masks off? No, but can we build a state where we create the kind of environment we want to live in and use that? I believe in the future there will be a different circumstance in which we are looking at the laws that have been violated, and we need to reinforce to our law enforcement, state and local law enforcement, that if you are in the state of Minnesota, this is what we expect. So I do believe we cannot force them to do anything, but we can highlight the fact that there is no law that binds these people. And every story, everybody up here could tell you a dozen more stories, just like the ones that you've heard. All the time, every day, masked agents kidnapping people off the streets. We have the tools that we have, and we are absolutely going to use them.
Representative Long, to springboard off of Carolyn's question here, given the makeup of the legislature here, given the makeup of the House, have you had any conversations with your counterparts across the aisle here? We have spoken with a couple of Republican legislators in the last few days who are dead set in their support of what is going on.
Well, they better listen to the public, because poll after poll has shown that Minnesotans, Americans, see what is happening here in our state. They see that this is a gross violation of civil rights. This is a gross violation of people's humanity in Minnesota. And I do have hope and faith that there are some civil libertarians left in the Republican Party, and some folks who do believe in constitutional rights. So, you know, sometimes in the moment when we have the vice president and Pam Bondi flying into town, it can be tough for them to take a brave stance. But I'm hopeful that once we get to session and they are presented opportunities to stand up for the rule of law, to stand up for people's rights, that they will do that. And yes, we're having those conversations.
I think we got time for like one more. We told people we brought up the vice president's visit. I'm just wondering, are you aware of any PFL leaders that have been invited to meet with the vice president? Do you have any comment on that just in general?
Well, my comment is that it just demonstrates this is all for show, right? They are trying to generate press. They are trying to bring people to the state on a rotating basis, because this is not about law enforcement, right? This is about trying to have a performative act of harassing and, as the president said, right, targeting our state for retribution, right? That is why people are coming here, because they are trying to lift up Minnesota as an example. They are trying to do these performative arrests of U.S. citizens to drive up their quotas and to drive up their numbers. They are doing press conferences. They are having cabinet officials with camera in tow, right? Not because they are trying to actually do enforcement, but because this is a show. So no Democrats have been invited.
Notwithstanding this operation, is there a place for ICE in enforcing federal immigration law in this state and others?
I want to take a quick crack at just one other comment there. I'll let another legislator. I have a suggestion for Vice President Vance on who to invite. If he doesn't want to invite DFL lawmakers, I invite him to invite local law enforcement officials here in the state of Minnesota. If what the federal government is doing is about public safety, who more to speak to the safety of our residents than our trusted local law enforcement officers all across the state? And we heard loud and clear from them yesterday about the ways that ICE is making our communities less safe. They're an important voice in this conversation. And to the question before about our local Republicans, they have made a strong vocal showing of saying they support local law enforcement. Well, this is an opportunity now for them to put their money where their mouth is on support for local law enforcement, because our local law enforcement are saying also in unison as well that what ICE is doing is making us less safe.
To answer your question, I think I'll just quote Representative Marion Rarick, Republican in the House, who said, ICE must follow the Constitution. ICE must immediately stop this behavior. ICE must stop racial profiling and violating civil rights, as has been experienced and documented by law enforcement. So I will reiterate what Representative Mike Howard said. I would recommend he invites local law enforcement.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. So let me put this up here. Let me remove it. Let me put myself up. Massive protest planned January 23rd. We're definitely going to monitor. So we started out with another Border Patrol shooting. Didn't get much more information on that. But what I see coming up here at 1 p.m. in the next 50 minutes is Jacob Fry and city officials, or I believe the mayor and some other people are going to be speaking coming up here in the next 50 minutes. But I do want to share something else that brewed. As we discussed, faith leaders, organizers, protesters, they're all planning big things. The post office union, they're protesting ICE, but now we also got some incident that happened at the airport, and all these citizens are going to city council complaining about ICE agents at the airport, at Minneapolis airport. So I'm going to put this up because this happened yesterday. It's about 25 minutes. We'll just fill that in because I don't want to leave the stream yet because I want to see what officials have to say in Minneapolis, and we'll keep this conversation going. Whoa, this is crazy stuff. So I'm going to put this up here. We're going to play this and we'll see what else is brewing. This is about 25 minutes here. This is the citizens talking about ICE at the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport.
Us to hear from the community and our constituents on matters of interest, mutual interest. We listen, but we generally take just a listening position on that. And appreciate your cooperation with our process. With that, I will start with Samantha Diaz-Powell. I invite you to come to the podium, please. State your name and who you're representing.
Thank you, Chair Garland. My name is Samantha Diaz-Powell. I am the Deputy Chief of Staff at SEIU Local 26. We represent airport workers, and we are the home of the organizing committee for thousands of rideshare drivers. These workers power MSP every single day. So first, I do want to acknowledge your continued engagement at the MEC with workers or with rideshare drivers, and for moving to secure temporary bathroom facilities. Rideshare drivers in particular have expressed real appreciation for this, and we understand it took a lot of conversations to get there, and so that effort is certainly recognized. But at the same time, we need to speak honestly about the gravity of the moment that we are in. MSP does not feel like the same airport it did even a few weeks ago. Workers are showing up to their jobs carrying fear that they should never have to carry at work. That fear is widespread and it's growing. Our members have watched colleagues and people they know fail to return to work here at MSP. That has been deeply destabilizing, traumatic, and frightening for the workers here at this airport. It is important to remember that workers at MSP go through an exhaustive vetting process to be authorized to work here at this airport. They are screened, they are badged, and monitored precisely because this is a secure airport environment. Given that reality and given that exhaustive process that each worker has to endure, it is deeply troubling and quite frankly unclear why ICE agents and CBP in plain clothes have been detaining and effectively abducting workers here on airport property. We have heard directly from members who were detained also and placed on flights from right here at MSP. The workers we are speaking about had authorization to be in this country. This is not abstract. These are human beings who serve our food, move our luggage, and keep this airport operating safely every day. No Minnesotan, no human being deserves this targeting. No worker, no human being should have to go to work wondering if they will be detained or swept up without due process, which is exactly what is happening. We need MEC to recognize that public safety includes the workers' safety, dignity, and the right to work when they're here without fear. Our ask is one that is moral and simple. Help ensure that MSP is a safe workplace for everyone, regardless of their immigration status, language, or background. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Herbert Gilligaver to the podium. My apologies if I mispronounced your name.
Thank you. And thank you, Samantha. She was just talking about me and my coworker. I'm here, I'm a citizen, and I'm very scared to be here. It's been so difficult for us to get up in the morning and to come to work. This is a place that I worked for 20 years. I always look forward to come to work, but now it's becoming very, very difficult. It's even very emotional for me to be standing right here. I'm here on behalf of my coworker who are staying home, hiding right now, and also who are abducted by ICE. I'm going to say their name. Salamavit, Johnny, Lawik, Tahina, Berta, Josan, Lazit, Tiha, Victor, Natalie, Ibrahim, and Jorge. Those are few names that I'm calling today. Salamawi and Johnny were released after 4 and 5 days because they have documentation, they're here legally. Salamawi is a mother of 3 children. When she was taken away, her son, who is 9-year-old, was crying, and they did not even ask for her documentation, and she was taken away. And they left a phone number to call. When I called that phone number, and I told them that she's legally here and she has 3 children, and I was told, we don't care. If she have a family, call her family to come and pick up her children. If not, the government will take care of them. And she was released after 5 days, and they took everything, all her documents. The only thing she have with her is a phone. Now what? She have no documentation, she have no paperwork. She can't come to work. She can't go anywhere. This is becoming very, very difficult. When I'm at work, I'm continuously looking over my shoulder. Are they going to come to take me or to take one of my coworkers? And we know those coworkers of mine, all of us, most of us, work 2 jobs in the airport. Now, most of them are at home, fathers, husbands, wives, with no income. Thank you.
I'm going to invite Jeff Paquette from Unite Here Local 17 to the podium.
My name is Jeff Paquette. I'm the Internal Organizing Director of Unite Here Local 17. Chair, I want to start with saying that the messaging we get from the federal government that the people they are detaining and taking from our communities are all criminals and rapists and pedophiles, and that it's keeping us safer, they're just simple lies. The people that Fabian just read off, they were workers in this airport. They're working people just trying to come to this country for a better life, and they've done everything the quote-unquote right way if they're working in the airport with their badge behind security. A couple of days before Christmas, I talked to the brother who, he and his brother both worked at the airport. The brother that I talked to watched his brother, after they entered through security, get arrested and detained right in front of that bathroom, right down there. He stood there powerless, scared, and as I talked to him on the phone, he screamed out for his brother. Why did they take him? What is happening? We didn't do anything wrong. That's happening in this airport. We'll remember the violence and the cruelty and the murder and the occupation that ICE is committing. We'll all remember that. We'll also remember the inaction of those that have a voice to do something about it. We'll remember Target as they let ICE stage on their parking lot, march Brovino like a goon through the store, arrest 2 citizen employees at Target and say nothing. That inaction is unforgivable. So far, this commission is also inactive and doing nothing to prevent ICE from wreaking havoc and bringing terror to this airport. There are workers that have formed their own rapid response system to call each other when they notice that ICE is patrolling the area in which they work. They call their friends to not come into work because ICE's heavy presence today in this airport. Chair Garland, I hope that you are able and capable of leading this commission to do something about ICE being in this airport, detaining workers who are doing nothing wrong other than being here from a different country and trying to provide for themselves and their families. That's your charge, and I urge the commission to act, to kick ICE out of the airport, to stop deportation flights, or we will remember you also as being inactive and allowing this to happen.
From Minnesota 5050 or 5501, excuse me.
Minnesota 5051, it's a tricky name to read off. For people who are sitting in the back of the room here, you may be able to look out at Signature and see the deportation flight that just arrived a couple of minutes ago. It's the white airplane over there parked in front of Target's hangar. If anyone would like to come up on the parking ramp and observe our shackled neighbors boarding that plane in a few minutes, you can follow me up there, as I seem to be one of the only people who's been having a commitment to document when that's been happening here. As you're keenly aware, ICE deportation flights continue to operate here out of MSP. So far this month, this January, we at Minnesota 5051 have counted 29 flights, including the one that just landed a few minutes ago, and estimate that they've been loaded with 1,863 shackled people right here, right out the window at Signature Aviation. And that's just this month. We've also been hearing about workers who've been taken by ICE right here from the airport. These people are not the worst of the worst. They are not illegal. In fact, they represent our very best. They are people who are working very hard, legally, doing things the right way to serve us, the traveling public. We brought these ICE flights to your attention in November, and despite getting a few words of concern from the commission, the official stance of the airport ever since has been to stick its head in the sand. The airport has been sticking with the same lines about not having advanced knowledge of these flights that operate here. Emails from whistleblowers and at the airlines and here at the airport are about forthcoming enforcement actions are dismissed as unsubstantiated rumors. And at the last meeting here, your leadership explained that if something happens, we should call the police. There are more patrols from the police, but also the police can't do anything. So I would like to know how that's supposed to allay any fears if your solution is to call someone who won't do anything. I don't understand the strategy of that. I think it's past time that the airport acknowledge the plain and clear reality that as it exists now. Not only that you've had workers here getting taken from the airport, but that it was wrong because these qualified people here are here following the rules. Keeping your mouth shut is a disservice to the public, your workforce, and you cannot keep punting your obligation to comment on these activities away to other parties that won't tell the truth. Furthermore, for something you can do, I would strongly encourage the commission, as we did last month, to follow the example of Seattle Boeing King County Field and get a web camera established so we can monitor the flights as they're getting loaded there. And also to offer a monthly report with statistics on where these flights were and how many people were on them. Seattle was able to figure it out. I'm sure you can too. I've seen firsthand the work that the Noise Oversight Committee can accomplish here. They've got dozens of calibrated microphones all over the community, as you know. Asking for the simple infrastructure of a camera and some staff time to do that should not be too big of an ask and not too much of a lift, so we can get some transparency as to what's going on here at the airport. So to reiterate, I would like clarity with the voice that the airport has to express how this is plainly and simply wrong, that they are taking your employees from the airport here when they're doing things the right way. And we would like you to help us provide transparency on the flights that are operating here, since more than 1,800 of our neighbors shackled have flown out of Minneapolis just this month. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brandon. I'm not here representing anyone but myself. I've been an employee at this airport for 20 years. I've been a pilot here. I rely on the baggage handlers, the cooks, the cleaners, the flight attendants, everyone to do their job so we can transport people safely, efficiently, and I've been proud to work at this airport for 20 years. I would like to continue to be. I love seeing the banner downstairs that says, best mega airport in the country, 2 years running. I want to see that again. I want to see that more. It's a bit of pride for me to work here, to see people. But I want to make sure my aircraft is safe when I leave. I don't want the baggage handler to be terrified they're not going to get home tonight to their family. I don't want, I want to be able to get food when I come in. That's important for me. That's important for my crew. That's important for my passenger. I can't do that if people are afraid. We don't need ICE agents in the airport. This is a secure location. We're safe here. I've never had an issue up until now, worried that my baggage handlers aren't going to be here tomorrow, that my flight attendant's going to be worried, that anyone I'm working in is terrified to be at work. This affects the job. This affects safety. And I want to have pride in my home airport. Thank you.
That was the last speaker card I have, unless there is someone else out there wishing to address the commission. With not, would you like to approach? We'll have you complete the speaker card after you make your comments.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Tricia Connolly. I'm actually from Evanston, Illinois, just north of Chicago. And I would like to encourage all of you to think about what this represents. This represents people coming together and working together to unite for a common cause. And all of you can do that too. We have airports all over the country dealing with some of these same issues that you're faced with today. I hope you're in contact with them, and I hope you can find solidarity in coming up with a great plan to keep people safe here at the airport, and also the gig workers out there picking people up. Because in Chicago, we had some real devastating things that happened right on airport property with our gig workers who were transporting people. So I'm here, I'm standing in solidarity, of course, with all these folks, and this is a real issue, and you all are going to be looked at to whether you take action or there's inaction in this moment. So please go forward, come up with some plans that you can, keep safety here at the airport and just outside of the airport. Thank you.
With that, I'm going to close the open forum, and let me first say how much we appreciate that you make the effort to come before our commission and share your thoughts, your concerns, your observations, your fears. These are incredibly trying times. We recognize the courage it takes to come forward and share what have been some pretty horrific experiences that you've shared with us. And as many of you mentioned, we've made comment and shared comment before to help hopefully our traveling public understand what we can and can't do. We're first and foremost the safety and security of our airport community and the airport itself. And especially our valued businesses, our workers here, and our passengers. That is our number one priority. It's also a reality, though, MSP is a public use airport and we're subject to federal regulation. The MAC cannot legally restrict access to MSP for public or private aircraft operations, including aircraft that's chartered for federal government purposes. We just cannot by law. We also cannot interfere with law enforcement operations by federal agencies, and that includes FAA, TSA, CBP, ICE, and the FBI. We cannot restrict their access. We cannot deny that. We expect that all federal officers, including CBP and TSA, will continue to do their best to keep MSP running smoothly and will act with professionalism and respect that MSP is known for. With that, I'm going to ask if our CEO has any comment you'd like to add.
Thank you, Chair Cartland. I did not have any other comment other than to reiterate those words that you indicated. We will continue to monitor the situation here. As I said before, if an employee does not feel safe in a certain situation, they should call 911, and our officers will respond accordingly, and we will continue to do that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg.
I apologize. I'm kind of debated. This is the second time things have been said, and I, as Chair Garland said, we all embrace passion and certainly the problems. And people can say that we don't care. People can say we are not reading what's happening out there. And I'm just going to speak for myself. I do get the calls from the union representatives when things happen. Happened at the TNC lot. And as soon as we got those calls, we were put into action. We worked with unions, we worked with the governor's office to try to alleviate some of those concerns, the same concerns you have now, looking over your shoulder, making sure that ICE doesn't come through the TNC lot unimpeded. And you know what, we've worked together, and I think you're starting to see, at least in a lot, some strategy. I think that's working with geofence and also people carrying the right documents so they have to know what they are, and they're not leading to more arrests in that lot. What's happening in the terminal is happening not based on anything we can do or stop, but we certainly have been notified again by the unions. And what concerns me about what's happening, not only on the humane level, but what it's going to do to our economy in the airport. If people aren't showing up for work, concessionaires aren't going to be able to do what they need to do, baggage handlers aren't going to need to do. So that is a real concern from my standpoint, and I believe probably my colleagues. There's an economic impact also. We certainly are concerned about it. And the last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to be honest here, we can't do, there are certain things we can do and certain things we can't. Taking the moral ground and trying to, and telling ICE they can't be here, ICE is going to be here. And I would not advocate for anything, like the governor said, for anybody to take the bait to invite something worse. And those are federal troops. And you know what? Something like that, to me, is an invitation to allow something happening that's worse here. So, you know, I'm hearing what you're saying. We're trying to do the best we can. We're being honest with you. We're acting in ways that I think are responsible. We may be at a time when we're not going to be able to agree on everything, but I think our track record, and there's a short game and a long game. So at the end of the day, appreciate you being here, but I also don't like being told that we don't care or we're not doing anything. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that, we'll move forward on the agenda, and we're delighted to have.
All right. So that occurred at a council meeting here. Activist protesters are protesting ICE, but you could see members of the council there. They, you know, nothing you can do about it. Nothing really can be done about it. It's federal property anyway at the airport. So it's just showing you that in perspective. So yeah, this is continuing. There's institutions in the Minneapolis area, certain entities that are challenging ICE. We saw the postal workers. Now we're seeing airport union workers. I'm going to show something else here that just popped up too. Doctors, physicians, nurses are protesting ICE or saying ICE is obstructing medical care, and they give a speech. Now, officials in Minnesota are going to give a press conference in the next 25 minutes. So I'm just going to use this as a fill-in and kind of fill all you in of what is going on out there, because we want to stay informed. We want to know what groups are doing what organizations' positions are on this matter. We want to, everything that's available, the information, we're putting it out there for you to dissect. Crazy stuff. I want to put this up in the pipeline here. These are a series of nurses and doctors, and they're speaking about ICE. This is getting crazy. You got almost like every single institution out there, critical institution, airport workers, postal workers, school officials speaking, local officials speaking. Now you got the nurses and the doctors speaking about this matter. It's crazy stuff. So this is about 25, 30 minutes. And then when this is done, we'll go into what officials are saying at a 1 p.m. press conference. So let's listen in.
It's 11:31. We'll get started. Thanks so much for being here. Very inspiring to see all these medical colleagues here speaking to this issue, coming down to the Capitol to express their fervent concern about what is happening in the state of Minnesota and how we care for our neighbors and how we care for our patients. My name is Matt Klein. I'm a state senator from Senate District 53. I represent the Southern Metro area, and I have for the last 9 years. I am a physician and internal medicine physician currently at Mayo Clinic, but for the bulk of my medical career at Hennepin County Medical Center. And let me say that in my capacity as a physician for the last 35 years, I have cared for numerous patients where there were legal and formal interactions with law enforcement, particularly at Hennepin County Medical Center, where our local law enforcement and our sheriff's deputies have a firm understanding when they have a patient in legal custody, when they have a patient from the jail or from the prison, they are able to bring that patient in full discretion and interact safely and with privacy with the medical staff and do it well. I've never heard a concern over 35 years of practice that a patient's rights were violated, that medical care was impeded, or that privacy was violated. And yet we hear these stories now for the last couple of months here in the state of Minnesota, that in our hospitals and in our clinics, patients are afraid to come in and seek care. When they do come in, ICE is pursuing them with or without legal means or justification for that. And our medical staff feel intimidated and afraid to do the good work that they should do and impeded from doing that good work. This is intolerable to us as practitioners, and I believe it's intolerable to the good people of Minnesota who know how medical care works in this state. This morning, I learned for the first time through an NPR story that Renee Good still had a pulse 8 minutes after she was shot by an ICE agent. And yet, the offer to administer aid from a physician on the scene following his Hippocratic oath was denied. I can't say how much that stirs the blood of everyone behind me here as we try to fulfill our obligation, our oath, and our duty to care for the people of Minnesota. And I believe it stirs the blood of every patriotic Minnesota who knows how we treat each other in this state. So that is what we are here to speak to today as healthcare professionals. We have representatives from pediatrics and emergency medicine, from the American Medical Association, from the chapter of gynecologists and family physicians. And I will turn it off now to Dr. Emily Wagner from the American College of Emergency Physicians.
My name is Dr. Emily Wagner. I am here on behalf of the Minnesota chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians. Minnesota ACEP is dedicated to the health, safety, and dignity of all individuals who seek care in our state's emergency departments and pre-hospital settings. We want to partner with everyone as we are committed to ensuring the safety of all our patients and staff, especially during times of discord and violence. In light of recent events, our priorities remain clear. Number 1, uninterrupted access to care. All patients, regardless of background or circumstance, must be able to access emergency medical care without fear or delay. Emergency departments serve as a vital safety net for the community, and any factors that deter individuals from seeking necessary care endanger public health. Number 2, protection of emergency responders and medical personnel. EMS providers, emergency physicians, nurses, and support staff must be able to perform their duties without interference or obstruction, as timely care should never be hindered. Number 3, coordination at the scene of emergencies. During emergencies involving law enforcement, clear communication and established protocols between medical responders and other agencies are essential. Ensuring that medical personnel can reach and treat critically injured patients promptly is a fundamental component of life-saving care. Number 4, patient-centered standards in hospitals and clinics. Emergency departments and hospital facilities must remain safe spaces where patients and families can seek care. Policies and procedures should protect patient privacy, clinical decision-making, and the prompt delivery of medical services. Patients brought in by any authority should receive medical evaluation and treatment according to medical need, not status. And finally, number 5, upholding the mission of emergency medicine. Our commitment is to human life and well-being. Emergency physicians and care teams stand ready to care for all members of our community, regardless of the context in which they arrive. We advocate for practices that prioritize health outcomes, minimize harm, and support the trust that patients place in emergency medical systems. Minnesota ACEP encourages all involved parties, including medical professionals, first responders, and public safety officials, to work collaboratively to ensure that emergency care is accessible, timely, and delivered with compassion to every person in need. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Jana Gewurz O'Brien with the Minnesota chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Jana Gewurz O'Brien. I'm the president-elect of the Minnesota chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. We are the leading voice of children's health and well-being in our state. I'm here representing more than 1,000 pediatricians across our state who are committed to improving the health and well-being of children all across Minnesota. We are here for the kids. As a pediatrician working in the heart of downtown Minneapolis, and as a mom whose 10-year-old co-wrote this statement with me, I can attest firsthand that ICE enforcement in our communities is directly harming my patients and our kids. And to other parents watching these atrocities unfold in front of them in their communities, we should all be very, very concerned. And here's 3 reasons why. First, exposure to violence and the threat of family separation causes trauma for kids. When ICE enforcement occurs in or near places where children should be safe, like homes, like schools, like hospitals, and we know they're in hospitals, right? Children experience fear that disrupts their sense of stability. We've seen kids face down in handcuffs in front of their public schools. Teens have been ripped from their homes without coats in sub-zero weather and without their parents present, let's just be real. Parents have been detained while waiting for the bus with their kids. Family separation is not a temporary disruption. It is a traumatic event with lifelong consequences. And for Renee Good's children, I know other parents are thinking about them. They deserve better too. We need ICE out of our communities. Second reason why, children and families are avoiding potentially life-saving medical care because they are terrified to leave their homes. When ICE agents are in and around our hospitals, which again, we know that they are, including my own, parents are rightfully scared to come in. I've seen babies miss their jaundice follow-ups or straight up say, hey, I refuse to come back in. I really don't feel safe here. We've seen moms that have called and said, my baby's having trouble breathing. I don't know if I should come in. Unacceptable. And we've seen a burst appendix that could have been detected days earlier had somebody not been afraid to come in. Across our state, kids are missing their routine checkups. They're delaying care. They're not seeking help. And they're weighing this fear of putting their family at risk against the health of their child. This is an impossible decision that no parent should ever be in. Healthcare settings need to be safe, healing spaces, and we need ICE out of healthcare. Third and finally, when ICE is perpetrating violence in communities, kids get caught in the crossfire. Consider Destiny Jackson. and her 6 kids. They were coming home from a basketball game. They were in their car. They were not a part of a protest. And they found themselves in a car full of tear gas with airbags deployed. Destiny could have been any one of us as she administered CPR to her infant child. And when their parent asked for help, there was a delay in getting emergency medical care. Again, we see a theme. This is unacceptable. Chemical weapons have no place in our neighborhoods or in our schools. They can have life-threatening and long-term effects on children. It's only a matter of time before a Minnesota child dies as a result of this recklessness. We need ICE out of our state. To close, I have a message for Minnesota parents. Your pediatricians and all of us are doing every single thing that we can to mobilize. We're working to get kids life-saving care in their homes and in their communities. Your pediatricians are still here, and we're all in this together. I'm going to try this in Spanish. Estamos aquí para ustedes. Llámenos y trabajaremos juntos para conseguir la atención médica que necesitan, ya sea en su comunidad o en su casa. If I could say it in Somali, I would do that too. Nosotros, los pediatras, los médicos, estamos en la lucha. We are in the fight. We demand that ICE stop tactics of terror and leave our state. Our patients, our children deserve to be safe, to be healthy, and to grow up free from fear. And to our leaders, protecting kids is not a political act. It is a moral responsibility we all share. Thank you. I want to introduce Dr. Matson from the Minnesota Medical Association.
Thank you, and good morning. My name is Dr. Lisa Matson, and I'm the current president of the Minnesota Medical Association, an organization that represents over 10,000 physicians in Minnesota. As president, I personally have been made aware of the presence of ICE agents in our hospitals. I had a report of a detainee in the ED with injuries inconsistent with accidents. I also had a report of a vulnerable adult who didn't have a caregiver with him to help him make important medical decisions. There are reports of ICE agents refusing to leave the room for private exams or while patients are getting bed baths. There are also reports of staff experiencing rude and harassing behavior from ICE agents. Their mere presence in the emergency departments make a difficult job even more stressful for all the staff, thus interfering with patient care. We also know that people are not going to their regularly scheduled doctor's appointments, as was mentioned. This is adults as well. They're not leaving their homes for work or school. They're not picking up their prescriptions or getting their vaccinations, and they're not obtaining healthy food for fear of being detained by ICE. This means that acute and chronic illnesses are not being managed properly, and it increases the likelihood that these individuals will end up seeking emergency care. Preventive care is always better and cheaper than waiting for an emergency to arise. We're also concerned about the indiscriminate detention of anyone with brown skin, including Native Americans, who are the only people among us who are not immigrants. A report by one of the local news agencies last week reported that only 5% of detainees in Minnesota have a history of violent crime. And in the worst of the worst, 7 of those people's only crime was a DUI. Under EMTALA, the Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act, which was codified in 1986 under President Reagan, all physicians are required to provide emergency care for any patient, regardless of citizenship, legal status, or ability to pay. We also swore an oath to take care of all of our patients with unbiased, respectful, and dignified care. The MMA wants to ensure that all Minnesotans, regardless of immigration status, have access to safe and timely and high-quality medical care, and that ICE enforcement actions do not interfere with that care and undermine the health of our communities. Thank you. I'm going to pass this over to Dr. Stevens.
Thank you all so much for being here. My name is Dr. Erin Stevens. I'm the legislative chair for the Minnesota section of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, otherwise known as ACOG. As stated in our committee statement, Healthcare for Immigrants, released by ACOG's Committee on Advanced Equity in Obstetric and Gynecologic Healthcare, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists supports the health and well-being of all who seek obstetric and gynecologic care and advocates to secure quality healthcare for all without regard to immigration status. Policies that infringe on the health and rights of immigrants and limit access to healthcare, anti-immigrant rhetoric, and punitive immigration enforcement activities all have detrimental effects on health. In my personal experience and that of many of my colleagues providing care in our state, we are deeply troubled by what we have seen. Before this surge of activity even began, I was on shift at my hospital, walking outside our emergency room entrance, which is prominent, the first thing you see as you drive up to the hospital. And just outside the ambulance bay in an area meant for patient pickup and drop off, I witnessed multiple unmarked vehicles with tinted windows park in that area. They were stationed there for quite some time, with agents going in and out of the hospital doors. I was immediately concerned for my patient's safety and privacy, and I cannot imagine how patients felt seeing the same activity, particularly the patient population we serve who are immigrants or could potentially be subject to racial profiling. Immigration official presence has, of course, significantly increased in our state since that time. Last week, ICE agents accompanied a patient into the emergency room of our hospital, worrying other patients and care providers alike by their presence and uncertain levels of access. The presence of these agents at points of clinical care intimidates patients, threatens their privacy, and obstructs access to care. Many of our patients, undocumented immigrants, naturalized citizens, and US-born citizens alike, fear leaving their homes for access to healthcare. They express to us a feeling of being hunted. Our patients are missing, canceling, or deferring important appointments for prenatal care out of fear of being targeted by immigration officials in their place of care. Anecdotally, many of our labor and delivery triage units are seeing lower volumes as a sign that individuals are not seeking out care with urgent concerns. Requests for resources for home births are up significantly, even among patients who had never previously considered this or for who it is not a safe option. And that is probably the most common thing I am seeing discussed amongst healthcare professionals. Some are birthing in the hospital alone with no family, friends, or personal support present due to detainment or fear thereof. Patients presenting to outlying hospitals in greater Minnesota with serious conditions are refusing transfer to the metro area for higher level of care. The impact of intimidation and profiling on patient care and outcomes is real and may perpetuate already existing disparities in healthcare. We want to assure our local communities that individual providers, clinic groups, and hospitals are working to increase home health visits, mobile visits, and telehealth care, while also solidifying and strengthening on-site protocols to address our patients' needs in a safe manner. Our community is rising to meet the needs of our neighbors. As OBGYNs caring for those in our community, we affirm our commitment to the compassionate care of all of our patients without regard to their immigration status and oppose activity that restricts or obstructs that care. I will now turn it over to Dr. Dwevetti from the Minnesota Academy of Family Physicians.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Dr. Rolly Dwevetti, a family physician and the immediate past president of the Minnesota Academy of Family Physicians. I'm here today on behalf of the MAFP that represent more than 3,100 family physicians, residents, and medical students across the state of Minnesota. We provide care to all Minnesotans. Today, alongside with my colleagues from other specialties, we reaffirm our shared commitment to safe, equitable access to care for every Minnesotan and raise our concerns about current immigration enforcement impeding that access and spreading fear across Minnesota. No patient should ever hesitate to seek care because they worry about their safety or the consequences of walking into a healthcare facility. I have been a practicing physician for more than 19 years here in Minnesota, and I have never seen this level of chaos and fear in the healthcare for patients and for our healthcare teams. It is tragic and is unthinkable. It is more challenging than the acute part of the pandemic in many ways. I want to share the reality of what physicians, nurses, other specialists, therapists, pharmacists, students, and our state future workforce across Minnesota are seeing right now. These are not just missed opportunities or appointments. These are life and death crises. There is trauma and moral injury. Last week, a patient with kidney cancer vanished from his scheduled visit. When his clinician called, they found he had been detained and moved to Texas without his medications. While legal intervention eventually got his medication to him, we still don't know if he is actually taking his medications. No one deserves to die or suffer because of how they look or how they speak or where they were born. In another case, a patient with insulin-dependent diabetes stopped coming to the clinic. We discovered they were not just not out of medicine, but they were out of food. They were rationing both the insulin and their meals without knowing how to adjust insulin. We are seeing levels of food insecurity that are simply horrific. A pregnant mother missed her checkup and stopped answering her phone. A nurse went to her home and found her 8 centimeters dilated. laboring alone and terrified to seek help. She delivered just 2 hours after the nurse finally convinced her it was safe to go to the hospital. The cycle of fear is claiming lives. Recently, a patient discharged from the hospital missed their follow-up because they were too afraid to leave the home. What should have been a routine wound care appointment turned into a life-threatening case of sepsis. A simple office visit would have solved them from returning to the ICU, and we know our ICUs are already filled. The trauma we are witnessing is horrific. In our clinic parking lot, a mother and a son were forcefully separated from while trying to fill a prescription for a seizure medication. The trauma triggered a medical crisis. The son was rushed to the hospital in the midst of a seizure, whilst his mother was sent to a detention center in Texas. In Wilmer, Minnesota, fear is paralyzing the community. Families with legal status are sleeping in trucks to avoid home raids, choosing the cold and illness over the risk of separation. One teenager nearly collapsed from starvation, surviving on a single egg in 3 days after her entire family was detained. Our places of healing are under siege. I was notified that a clinic was surrounded by masked, armed individuals and orange buses with blacked out windows. When a clinic like this is treated like a tactical zone, who would feel safe enough to go to the healthcare facilities? Dental appointments have dropped in half. Several clinics have reported no-show and cancellation as high as 60%. We know from the pandemic the consequences of postponed medical and dental.
I want to show something because when we started out on this feed, there was a shooting, and now crowds are gathering at that spot. So I'm going to put up the live feed here. Break away. We're going to break away. As we discussed, there was a shooting in Willowbrook, California, and I'm going to get the feed up here to show you the aftermath of what's going on. And it looks like crowds are gathering here. So I don't know. This is centered around what we
think
discussed.
they're trying to find the bullet hole. I wonder if it is the whatever that is in the on the windscreen. Like maybe the window was down, or you know what, the glass could be anywhere. But anyway, maybe it bounced off the inside.
Crowds are gathering. This is Willowbrook, California. So this, we started live at the scene, and then we went to the other chaos that's going on. But it looks like this was an incident, something to do with a Border Patrol shooting and someone in a vehicle. Let me put up the news report, and we can find out what the media is saying, so I can kind of fill people in.
Hey, the IFB's back. Thank you.
So they're reporting shooting incident involving Border Patrol agents reported in Willowbrook. The LA County Sheriff's Department's assisting with traffic control after federal agents were involved in a shooting in Willowbrook Wednesday morning. The shooting involved. Here's the crowd. Here's the crowds. U.S. Custom and Border Patrol agents, the Sheriff's Department responded to assist with traffic around the incident at 7:30 a.m. their time, Pacific. Heavy police presence at the intersection of 126 and Mona Boulevard in the South LA community. So crowds. This is the new norm. This is the new norm. Every time there's a Border Patrol, ICE shooting, DHS shooting, the crowds come afterward. This could turn ugly very, very fast. The mobs come with the whistles. People come, pots and pans. People come yelling obscenities. And they also take it out on local law enforcement too a lot. So, yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Stuff. Once again, we're here again on another incident.
Actually, the second closure is actually right at the address. Willowbrook is going to be the other intersection, but they let you come up to the crime tape is pretty much right at that address. Hey, what up? What up, Booth? What? Okay, copy all. When we get parallel with the street, just stop.
So now we have more craziness going on, folks.
All right, just kind of stay here for this next one because I want to show the shooting scene, which maybe forward just a little bit. Just a little bit.
It's almost every day and one's popping up.
Nope. Dave, what else did you want to ask me? Oh, probably like an hour and a half. What? Okay. There. All right. Melissa, watch with me. Okay. This is where the crime scene is. This is where they're stopping you. This is where the shooting happened. Nick is on the other side. Nick is over here. Or he was. Willowbrook. Willowbrook. Willowbrook.
He's arguing probably with somebody. So there's a Spanish station that's live down there, but it's in Spanish. They're screaming on bullhorns right now down there on the scene here. Willowbrook. So we're gonna just stay where and see where this goes, because even after a shooting like this, you get the craziness. You know, the mob comes out. We could have a situation here where these people are taunting this federal vehicle here, or vehicle driven by federal agents, putting cameras up in their face. When it, you know, look, excuse us, move out of the way, move. Look, don't touch me, move, just move, lady. Just move, please, just move. Make a hole. That's what they're saying. Make a hole. And here we go. You know, ICE agents are the enemy here. Make a hole. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a car get kicked here or somebody throw something at somebody or something. We'll see. More craziness. Let me see if the knew this was going to happen. All right, they don't have the volume up, so we're going to go without the volume here. Might change the title of this video here, this live, because we're getting more stuff. Just crazy. Oh, here's the crowd. Here's the people. Here's the craziness.
That's the booth telling me. But I appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, we're on. Okay. All right. Live now. I thought you meant like we're live now. We're on live now. Wow, the command post is here.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Well, now the ICE agents are being ambushed and attacked here, Border Patrol. You can see a large group of people here.
But it's very short pursuit. It came, I wish I could talk to that guy. Nick, I could be like, Nick, it started right there, went out onto the street, and then he wound up crashing. And I think he hit something like right over here, probably a trash can.
It's all these people always
thank you,
away.
sir. Yeah, anytime you want. I'm here for you.
Here we go.
Copy.
And craziness continues. More crazy. It's gonna get bad. It could get bad here very quickly here.
You're welcome.
Up, more federal. Look, he's giving the finger. More federal officials coming in. More craziness. Border Patrol.
All the bosses showing up. They're going to be here all afternoon.
Willowbrook.
Copy all. Thank you.
We're also going to listen in to Minneapolis authorities soon. Well, we're going to stay here because this is a fluid situation. What you're going to probably hear, this is the
Somebody
scenario.
else come in because people
You're
are
probably going to hear DHS respond to what happened here, and they're probably going to say that the person in the vehicle attacked Border Patrol ICE agents in the vehicle and went on a pursuit and some sort of shooting. It doesn't appear like no one's dead here, though. Yep. See what I'm saying? Starting to get up in agents' faces with their cameras and everything. Oh, man. This is at 126th Street and Mona Boulevard in the South LA community. Here we go. Probably every single derogatory term you could possibly imagine is probably getting shouted at. Shouted.
So I don't know how long you guys have been watching, but there was a lot of looking at that. You know, is it a bullet hole? Is it a ricochet? I don't know. There is definitely broken glass down there, which I don't think comes from here, but the amount, maybe, but yeah, maybe the car was nose out because the driver's side, but it could just be down. So that's the place where the shots were fired. Don't know where the officer was injured. Clearly the path was out onto the street. These cars probably weren't here at that time. They probably showed up later. And the only reason I say that is because of all of this. But I still can't figure out what he hit. If you haven't seen the front of the airbags have been deployed and there's damage to the hood and the front bumper. But also don't know if that came from the interaction or the car was like that before. The only reason I don't think so is because the airbags were deployed.
They're out there with bullhorns and whistles and
That's
everything
the
right
second command post vehicle that showed up, probably because there's going to be a lot of documentation of what was going on here. Actually, I take that back. That was the one that was over here earlier that now has moved. Definitely less media on this side and more neighborhood. Oh, I take that back. The neighborhood's actually grown on this side as well.
It's growing. The crowds are
A
growing.
lot of this is media. What's up, Dave? Hour and 15. $10:30 for KCAL. Copy all.
There you go. Bullhorn people, like I said, bullhorn people out there. Large crowd out there. I have another ground feed too. We'll go back. I just want to stay up here. We have a backup feed if need be. Let's see the ground feed here. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, William Kaufman. Nice to see you. Who's the runner? What's going on here? The heck's who are these runners? Oh my God, they're running away. They're probably what's going on here? The heck is all this about? We're in Willowbrook.
We got 91 viewers. I don't know where I guess they disabled the comments. Kind of wish they hadn't. That way I could be like, at least, if some people are being serious, like what they want to see.
So does anyone know anything about this neighborhood? It's the intersection of 126th and Mona Boulevard, South LA. We'll look up on the map. Okay, I got it up on the map. A couple blocks away from a middle school. Right off of Alameda. All right, we'll find out what this is about. We'll keep it here. Stay with this. This could get ugly very fast here. So the reports are just basically saying a shooting involving Border Patrol, 7:30 a.m. Pacific. The Department of Homeland Security has not responded for comment. Federal agents involved.
It's an old Chevy motor. Stu, nobody cares about your old Chevy motor. I know. Sorry, man.
Federal agents began pursuing an individual, but the chase
That's the car
ended
that they told him to turn around.
with a collision, and then shots rang out. Shots fired. It's not known if the individual's vehicle crashed into other vehicles or Border Patrol vehicles. Several unmarked SUVs similar to those used by federal agents are at the scene here.
As soon as I'm done with this shot, I want to look at that fence. No, I don't think this was from this. You know what? Maybe there's no way for us to see it, but maybe he had a car like trying to get out of the driveway. Like maybe they blocked the driveway under the tree. I'm not saying, Chris, try to get down low so we can see the shot, but if somebody from the ground would let us know, you know, because there is like a group over here, and I don't, I mean, there could be a car.
So I'm going to show you a ground perspective.
Yeah,
here.
we did that, Dave.
I'm going to get the ground perspective here, what's going on. Just to show you what's going on the ground. Stand by, I'll be up in 20 seconds.
There's just a little man with a gun in the van. Little man. Caught him, little man. Little man. Little man. We see you, little man. How are you calling us because that's good, little man? Anybody in the crowd got a different for that little man?
All right, so this is the ground footage. I'm going to go back to the air footage here just to kind of just show you that there is a ground footage up. So we'll continue to monitor that. Let me get the air footage back up because I think the air footage gives us a better perspective about the situation. So we're going to put this back up here. He took the volume off. So we have a ground. So if anything breaks off on the ground, I'm going to see if other journalists are getting there. This is KTLA, I think, used by Fox Los Angeles. This car seems like this got involved. 7:20, 7:30 a.m. Pacific. So 8, 9, 10-ish, 10:30. This is 1:30. So about 3 hours. I would say about 3. This incident took place about 3 hours. And you could definitely see bullet holes, shots. We don't know any details. We don't know if anyone actually got hit, condition of anyone. We don't know the circumstances, but it's all centered around Border Patrol and shooting. And anytime there's Border Patrol and shootings nowadays, like in Minneapolis, like in Portland, you're going to get a crowd. You're going to get a crowd of people. And that's what's happening now. We got a crowd of people gathering. And the longer federal agents are there, I think the crowd could possibly get bigger if word gets on the streets. You know, the activists now are probably all en route. A lot of the activists probably are, you know, packing their vehicles and sandwiches and waters, and they're headed to the scene. I assume that it's normally how this all works, right? This is the south part of Los Angeles. This is like a sketchy neighborhood. For real, for real. All right, so the other feed is just a direct shot. So there's nothing going off there. So we'll just use this and kind of see where this goes. You know, All you need is another incident with, federal authorities shooting someone to just set it off in another city. Pray for everyone's safety. Pray for everyone's safety here. This is getting absolutely crazy out there. But we don't know details. We don't know details. I'm looking on the map. It's kind of like between the 110 and 710. It's like Compton, north of Compton. Compton. Look at this. Compton. What do you think? Oh, man. Once again, another shooting. Oh, somebody's waving the Mexican flag. We got a Mexican flag waver there. We also have LA County sheriffs at the scene too. No sound. For now. So how long we've been on for 2 hours. So this is the scene we started when we went live, and then it went away. Then we cover some of the stuff in Minnesota, Minneapolis, and now we're back here. So this I believe based off the timing that this incident occurred about 3 hours ago. So we came on 2 hours, started immediately here. So it was probably an hour into it. And they're still here. And now they got it where they got the cameras out there because let me see if there's any TikTok feeds or anything, buddy, there, down there and on the ground. We're going to stay with this. Plus, we'll go back to the other footage if need be. Is anyone getting fatigued with this craziness? My goodness. All the people, streamers, or people with their cameras, bring their cameras out. The politicians were telling people, bring your cameras out, film ICE, film them. Some people are saying, yeah, they're getting sick of this. What do you think should be done? What's the solution here? Because this is almost like a regular occurrence now. Hopefully, he comes back with a little play-by-play. Oh, there you go. People out there with the Mexican flag, people out there with their anti-ICE signs. You can see signs. Media's out there. Flag right there, Mexican flag right there. LAPD in this. Oh, it looks like it's a significant block here. Now, what is this? Like, whose vehicle is that? What is that? Crowds have gathered. Somebody's car got the bags, boom. Airbags deployed. What's happening with this? It is 1:30. Welcome, folks. JLR Investigates. Make sure you hit that sub button. We are growing on the channel. Subscribe to the channel, please, for we stay ahead of the curve. Whatever's going on, we're in the mix. JLR Army. We're probably going to get a response by DHS. I'm looking on Twitter right now to see if like Trish McLaughlin or Christy Noam or anyone, FBI or anyone gives a explains a little bit about what happens here. Because one thing I've noticed about federal authorities, when these incidents happen, they give their version. LA County Sheriff's put out a statement, pretty much said 20 minutes ago, department statement. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is aware of an incident that occurred this morning at the 2400 block of 126th Street in unincorporated Los Angeles, Willowbrook. At approximately 7:25, Century Station deputies were requested to provide outside perimeter traffic control. The Sheriff's Department is not involved in this incident.
No one was hit and no fatalities. And yet the same, many of my hardworking constituents in Willowbrook awoke to this news and are rattled and afraid and disappointed, as am I.
A reporter on the scene right there, Nick Garcia, has mentioned that he talked to some residents in the area and said that they had seen some federal agents in the area before yesterday. And then that typically is what happens. They kind of scout out a neighborhood and then they come back the next day for an operation. Do you know anything of that nature? Are you aware of that happening?
I am not aware of that. Like you and like your reporter, we hear from constituents, but in that, the LA County Sheriff's Department is not cooperating or in any way in a planning relationship with ICE or Border Patrol. We're not given officially that advance knowledge. Clearly, Highway Patrol and local law enforcement responded to the scene today once shots were fired. But I was not made aware of that. And again, we hear it from the community who see these questionable operations taking place in neighborhoods all across LA County.
With that being said, then, what is your message to residents there in Willowbrook who are concerned, who are watching this in real time and are worried about their safety?
I appreciate that. And you should be concerned about your safety, given the actions we've seen ICE taken across this country, in many instances unprovoked. You know, people.
She's just automatically blaming ICE right now. She's automatically blaming ICE right now without knowing anything about the situation, just automatically blaming ICE.
Mr. Porter on New Year's Eve. And so LA County residents are on edge. We all are. And our continued expressed desire to the federal administration is ICE out of our county. There are ways in which you can conduct your business that you are not doing. The state of California and LA County Board of Supervisors passed motions asking that they remove their masks. They have failed to do so. So we continue to have a concern with regard to the way in which they engage their operations and continue to plague our hardworking communities.
Are you worried about we're looking at the scene right now and the large crowd that's gathered and many of them documenting what the situation is playing out right now. Are you worried about this type of situation happening and then people reacting to this and going to the neighborhood to document all of this and perhaps confront whatever's going on in that area?
We haven't had any experience with people, confronting, as you say. People have the right in their own communities to document what they witness. And many organizations, community-based organizations, are encouraging people to document. So we have a file and a record of what's taking place in our communities. People have the right to video. People have the right to be there. They are not engaging or showing any force. They are merely standing their ground in their own communities and documenting what they witness. And I encourage that.
And as far as the county is concerned, how is the county going to oversee law enforcement's response to what is happening and handle this situation?
You know, the challenge is the state level of government and the county level of government have no direct oversight over ICE or Border Patrol. And so all we can do is what we have been doing is making sure that our local law enforcement are not engaging, are not a party to any of the actions taking place by Border Patrol or ICE. They are not. And so our sheriff has made that declarative statement repeatedly. ICE is not allowed to, convene on county property. And so we are continuing to pass motions and make our public stance very clear. We are not a party to the actions ICE is taking on our residents in LA County.
Supervisor Mitchell, thank you so much. We really do appreciate you taking time to jump on this Zoom with us and to give us an update on the situation that is developing as we speak. Thank you for your time. And this is something we will continue, of course, to follow throughout the morning and bring our audience updates as we see what happens there in Willowbrook. We're going to move on now to an update for that.
All right, stand by. I'm going to put this other feed up until we get more information. I don't know if they took the camera off, but we're gonna go back to a boots on the ground. I'm gonna stay with the story because you never know what's gonna pop off. So here we go. Add to the stage. So I'm going to turn it down a little bit so we can talk a little bit. This is a live look at the scene here at 126 in Mona. South of Los Angeles. No.
Oh, look, a puppy. Oh.
All right, so we took the video, the volume back down. I want to do this feed, kind of gives you a perspective here about what's going on here in Los Angeles. I actually moved myself over there because it looks like they're putting cameras up in the agents' faces. And looking at the other feed here too. But no one, it appears no one has been shot though, so. The way I'm seeing it, I'm still trying to gather more info. Blocking traffic. Yep, blocking traffic. Thank you, Murky. This is 126 in Mona. Okay, HSI there, ATF.
Top of the 11. Aren't you supposed to be in an editorial meeting? How are you talking to me? Modern conveniences.
All right, so we're continuing to watch what's going on here in South Los Angeles, Compton area. There's some sort of incident that happened with Border Patrol and an individual. They say shots fired. I'm not clear if anyone's been hit, but definitely shots have been fired because you can see the bullet holes in vehicles.
Right. These are all the office folk. I mean, I get it. They have to document everything, but I think they got it, right? Of course.
Besides the yelling of insults and everything like that.
Well, they said it bounces back and forth, and that's the thing too. It's what kind of hurt. Like, ow, I got a bruise on my leg, or I got a broken leg. You know what I mean? What? And there were two markers down here. So the other one you can't see right now, but there's another one on the other side. So I don't know if that's a casing and the bullet. You can kind of see it through the tree there. Or if it was two shots fired. And then, like I said earlier, they were looking at that, but I don't think that's a bullet hole, but who am I to say? And this is what I was saying. So if he was facing out, right? So then the driver's side would have been here. And so if he like whips around and then the person shoots from over here, no, because he would have to be shooting at it away from the car. Like the car would have already had to pass for it to either that or maybe it just ricocheted off the windshield. Who knows?
Yo, they're posting a video right now. Greg Bovino, they just bunch of rioters like basically tried to ambush him in Minnesota and throwing food at him and everything like that. Greg Bovino, Border Patrol commander. So that's kind of circulating now. He came under attack at a gas station. Crazy stuff. I'll get that up in the pipeline here soon. Or we'll put this feed up. We'll put the whole feed up because I think this feed is better here. Hold on, stand by. All right, yeah, we're gonna keep it here. Let me get this Bovino stuff because they're saying that 20 to 30 cars have been following Greg Bovino and Border Patrol in Minneapolis, and they were like chucking food at him. Yeah, man, it's crazy. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. I think Insurrection Act is coming. I really do. I really do. This cannot sustain itself unless one party backs down or they come up with some mutual agreement here. And I don't see it coming whatsoever. When you hear basically, you know, someone from the council here, city council or elected officials here, basically blaming ICE for the situation. This is where we're at. It's only going to get worse. I don't think it's going to get better. Up, gang members coming. Who's coming? Who's coming? Okay, people are starting to come with the motorcycles and stuff. Crowds are gathering. Yeah, they threw food on Bovino. I got the clip. I'll get it up here shortly. Got it in the pipeline. I'll just show this real quick. Short clip here of Bovino, and then we'll go back. Just happened. Calling him a Nazi. Crazy. Crazy stuff, folks. This is the world we're living in. People against Border Patrol, law enforcement. And we are live here in South Los Angeles, a little bit north of Compton. We've got another situation. Let us know what you think as we continue to monitor the chaos around this country. I title a lot of the videos Chaos because it's literally chaos. This is chaos. This is chaos. This is not normal. This is chaos. Oh, I got some information. Here we go. This is coming from Daily Wire. Jenny Tier says a CPB officer was injured this morning in Compton, California after an illegal immigrant, human smuggler, violent offender rammed federal officers with his vehicle, resulting in a federal officer firing defensive shots. Here you go. Here's what the DHS has to say. The officers were trying to arrest El Salvador William Eduardo Moran Carbella, who was involved in human smuggling operation, has 2 prior arrests for inflicting corporal injury on a spouse. An immigrant judge issued his final deportation order in 2019. In a dangerous attempt to evade arrest, this criminal illegal alien weaponized his vehicle and rammed into law enforcement. Fearing for his life and safety, an agent fired defensive shots. The criminal illegal alien was not hit and attempted to flee on foot. He was successfully apprehended by law enforcement. The illegal alien was not injured, but a CBP officer was injured. These dangerous attempts to evade arrest have surged since sanctuary politicians, including Governor Newsom, has encouraged illegal aliens to evade arrest and provided guides advising illegal aliens how to recognize ICE, block entry, and defy arrest. Our officers are now facing a 3,200% increase in vehicle attacks. So what they're saying, the DHS is saying, once again, someone else used their vehicle to ram agents to avoid apprehension. This person here had final deportation orders. That's the government's version. So there you go. And I appreciate the tag. I got tagged to that statement. We were looking for a statement because usually DHS comes out and shares their side when it comes to these situations. They come out pretty quick too and share. And it's circulating now that Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino was attacked today by a mob of people who were hurling things at him, calling him a Nazi, blowing whistles. So that is occurring. Crazy stuff. Unless you don't believe the federal version of what's going on. I mean, they're claiming who the person is. They're claiming this guy. They're saying who the guy is. They're saying that the guy has prior criminal record. They're saying that the guy has deportation orders.
Involved with the ICE portion.
I'll turn that down because of the squeaking. Okay, crowd control there. They're pushing the crowd back. Look.
So that's the reason why they
trying to push the crowd back. I think we might get some very soon here. We might get some LA riot control police here to quell the situation. Maybe, but I also see a lot of media there with cameras too. There might be more media there than people. This is going on. This is I don't like that. It gets really annoying and headache. So they're saying this individual here rammed his vehicle into agents who were apprehending him because he had final deportation orders and he has a violent criminal history. And then he rammed his vehicle. Shots were fired. He wasn't hit. No one was hit. And he took off, and then he was apprehended. It's pretty much what we got here. Am I saying that correctly? I think so. They literally, here, I'm going to get another clip of Bavino. They literally, Greg Bavino, this is crazy. Let me get this up in the pipeline here. Let me copy this. There's crazy stuff going on in Minneapolis right now. Greg Bavino simply went into a gas station to get some food, and a mob of people swarmed Greg Bavino and the Border Patrol agents while he was just in there getting food. This is insanity. This is really bad, folks. And we'll get this up here. Give me a minute or two, and I'll get this up. Unbelievable. All right. So we got LAPD. We got a police out there. We got a large group of people out here in Los Angeles after an incident with federal agents and a illegal alien. The chaos continues. My goodness. It's just crazy. Nothing to see here, right? Right. Crowd here is growing. Now, I'm going to take, let's just see this a minute. All right, let me show you what happened here just happened in Minnesota with Greg Bavino and Border Patrol going into a convenience store to get some food or something to eat, and they come out and they're to just a mob of people. Look at this. Look at this craziness. Insanity, folks. Chaos. Does anyone think that's normal? Everyone think that's acceptable that a Border Patrol commander just goes into a store to get something to eat and comes out to a mob of people literally in his face trying to get at him? I mean, this is you could arguably say this is an insurrection. This is an insurrection. It's only going to get worse unless something happens here. Less politicians. I think all politicians, it won't happen, but okay. So this feed went away. Let me put up the other one here. Hold on, stand by. I'm going to put up crazy stuff. All right. So the crowds are gathering here in Los Angeles. I think you're going to have to need like seriously politicians here to all come together and, you know, quell this, man. You need all the politicians. You need Newsom. You need Karen Bass. You need Jacob Fry. You need Tim Walz. You need Border Patrol, Kristi Noem, Trump administration. You all need them to come together and calm this down because it's getting worse and worse. But some people want to see this happen. Some people want this. Some people are like, it's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. Lines have been drawn. It's time. You know, I get it. There's a lot of people with a lot of perspective here, but man, this violence is not going to go away. And ICE is not going to go away. ICE is going to do their job that Congress allows them to do. ICE enforcement. Look what happened in this country in the last few years and just the amount of people just piled through the southern border. ICE is going after these individuals, the worst of the worst. In the course of doing that, politicians are instilling fear in these people's minds that regular people are getting kidnapped and taken off the streets. And ICE is targeting just everybody. And, you know, these people are coming out in mobs and obstructing what they're doing. And here we are. Because you have some communities where ICE is doing enforcement and everyone's on the same page. Local, state, feds, they're all on the same page. And ICE is, you know, doing stuff that we don't even know what they're doing. And getting rid of the, you know, the worst of the worst, or people already with deportation orders. But then when you got these cities in certain areas that are shielding, enabling, coddling, protecting the dangerous criminals, it's absurd. It's crazy. Sanctuary cities, they're not enforcing ICE detainers, or, you know, they're just letting people that have ICE detainers out on the streets where, you know, this should have been handed over to ICE. This all could be prevented.
Fuck you, bitch. Y'all shake your head, motherfucker. That's what you're gonna look like when I slap you, bitch. You fucking bobblehead. Fucking bobblehead ass bitch. Fuck your space. Fuck your space. We are people. Fuck your space.
You got it? I'm so sorry. I tried my best, but it wasn't gonna work, you know?
Apparently, they want me to move all the way back there because there's not enough space for them to do their investigation. And they've already covered a whole street. This is an entire street, the beginning of an entire street. Now we're not moving. We've already given them their space. I don't think they need any more space. They're covering a whole damn street. And it's the sheriffs that are freaking assisting them. That's the funny part about it. They're assisting them with their operation. This is they literally wrapped it around exactly what I was telling you. ¡Afuera, hielo! ¡Fuera, hielo! Get out of here! Leave our city! You're not welcome!
I mean, at this point, where's the National Guard? Where is the National Guard here?
saw the violence. I saw the violence. I saw the violence. I saw the violence. Ice, get the fuck out! Sorry, man. Y'all want to comply with this, man. Honestly, what should I comply to, man? At the end of the day, they're assisting us. This is assisting us. The fact that they're getting calls from over there to over here, for us to be back there, is enough to say they're assisting them. They're not assisting them. Look at that guy. You see him on the phone? Look at her on the phone. Process! 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 Due process! They're violating our rights! They're stepping on our amendments and our Constitution! They don't deserve respect! We have given sheriffs enough respect! They asked us to move back, we move back, but we're not complying with their full order. We don't work for them. They work for us. They work for us. You motherfuckers have enough space already, you dumb bitches! That's how scared they are of us. They need this much room. Look at this shit. Look at this.
I just was tired of that guy yelling. The guys just keep yelling and yelling and yelling. It gets annoying, right? The language, the foul language is definitely cringe for me. I'm not, I don't like the loud, crazy, vulgar craziness. I try our best, but we're in fluid situations and, we want to hear what people are thinking also, but whew, crazy. It's cringe, man. I don't know how somebody could just sit there all day and use the most vile, disgusting rhetoric. Unless you feel like it's okay. Some people might think in the chat, yeah, that's appropriate. There's people in the chat here that do not like ICE, do not like Border Patrol, don't like DHS. There are people in the chat here that don't, that have a philosophy here that it's by all means necessary to drive ICE out, or ICE and Border Patrol are the enemies. We welcome all opinions here. We're just sharing what's happening out there. I support ICE. I support Border Patrol. Absolutely. But, if there's ever an agent that does something egregious or bad in the scope of his duties, we will also call that out too. As far as the officer with Renee Good, my opinion is it was a split-second decision, and I don't believe the officer Jonathan Ross did anything wrong there. Don't believe he did anything wrong, and I don't think he's even going to get charged for it because he's clearly, feared for his life. And the situation was Renee Good shouldn't have been in that situation. But if there ever is a case where there's an officer that, shoots someone, unprovoked or some sort of craziness, absolutely we'll call it out on the channel. How I see fit, everyone has a different perspective of even Renee Good, and the whole situation with Renee Good. These officers or these ICE agents, Border Patrol officers, every day they have to endure what's happening here and being obstructed and harassed and belittled and terrorized and stalked and followed, and they're doing their job. I kind of hold some of the local police accountable here because they're not intervening or not creating a buffer zone to allow ICE to do their job. They don't have to help ICE, but at least keep the people away from ICE so ICE can do their job. Do their job. And hopefully we don't get into a case where we get some sort of crazy officer that does something. I don't want to see that happen. And I don't think anyone in this chat agrees that Renee Good should have been shot. You know, she gets what she deserves. It's a terrible tragedy, but you know, it's a reminder you can't just ram your vehicle into law enforcement, particularly when they got guns and they tell you to wait, hold on right there and try to flee. Because every time people end up trying to flee or run away or try to weaponize something to avoid being captured or escape, it doesn't go well for them. And law enforcement can use reasonable force to neutralize the threat. We're still focused on this car here. But again, people in the chat have all types of positions and opinions here. You know, I'm just kind of giving you opinions.
Hey, Christian.
You know, while we watch these situations.
Can we
I mean, I can sit here and be robotic and just say, hey, yo, look,
yes.
We have a vehicle here reporting from the scene at 126 in Mona. We have a vehicle here. Looks like airbags deployed, law enforcement presence. Nah, you know, on the channel here, you know, we welcome everyone's opinions and perspectives while we evaluate what's going on. So y'all are great. All your positions. You know, we appreciate that. You know, this is a First Amendment too. People said LA is a war zone.
Two 2476. That's what I told her last time, right? Yeah, 2476. Oh, we didn't see that earlier on. Oh, it's okay. I take all that back. 100%. That's the bullet, because I didn't see that before. The rear window's all blown out. So it was shots being fired. So the bullet went this way. That's what I was thinking, because it looks like it's bowing out. Yeah, this guy's lucky. And now we can also. No, they got to bump it up. You guys have been listening to the conversation. We're really stretching it just to do the 25. And now we also know that the side window's blown out. I mean, not you. I mean, if they were listening, because that was what the whole conversation with Christian was. Of course. But who knows? I wouldn't be shocked. We do. CBS does.
So this is the feed. What's going on? Still very active scene. There's still a group of people out there.
Yeah, just kind of stay here. I think we got enough of it. You know what I mean? Like we can see the investigation at the start point.
He might be dipping out soon. Like burning chopper.
And we can also talk a little bit about the crowds. Yeah, this is perfect. Let's just stay here.
Yeah, talk about the crowd a little bit. Well, somebody on a motorbike waving a Mexican flag. See? There he is on a motorbike. Where's the American flags? Where are the American flags?
2449.
She might be doing it.
apartment, and even if I did, I don't think I'll be able to narrow that down. Yeah, that what I'm showing you right there, that's the 2449.
Compton, California.
Where are they going in such a rush?
There has been people who have been like running from the scene. Evidence. Federal authorities. Evidence.
Is that the councilwoman that was on the Zoom meeting earlier?
I think so. I think so. I was trying to say.
I don't know.
Yeah, could be. Could be. Remember the councilwoman that they were interviewing? She could be there at the scene. That could be her right here. So let me ask y'all, is this like gang area? Is this like Bloods and Crips? Gang infested area? We're like, yes. What? Bloods, Crips? What? Mexican Mafia? What do we got? What type of gangs we got? What Crips? People are saying Crips. This is Crips? Compton Crips? Gang territory for sure. Evidence. Vehicle. Probably stolen vehicle, right? Probably stolen vehicle. They're saying the person in that vehicle had deportation orders, prior arrests, and also involved with human smuggling. He rammed his vehicle into a federal vehicle while trying to escape, leading to shots fired. Crowds are now gathering.
Yeah, see, I don't even think it went through the rear window. I think there's there's some damage right there, what he was just pointing to. But again, just speculation, but maybe there were two shots fired. Maybe one went through the rear window and this one went from the glass inside to right there. Yeah. We still got our little crowd over here. Yeah.
Willowbrook.
Hey, Melissa. Adult? Dave? What? Just so for us also, what's the plan? Are we basically going to fuel and come back? Did you just say sure? Because that's we might wind up going to a different airport. That's the reason why I'm asking. If it's just fuel and return.
The comment right there, coming from Nina Lewis.
All right. What are you talking about?
I thought that was Christy Noem right there. I thought that was Christy Noem.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Oh, I don't think we're going to be that into it, but yeah. And don't think it's our end of that. That would be, hang on.
This guy's seen his share of crime scenes. This guy here has seen almost every single crime scene you can imagine. They're choppers in LA. They've documented some crazy stuff, from chases to protests to riots, type of craziness. We're going to stay with this as long as it's up, just to see what happens. I'm also monitoring the craziness in Minneapolis. People say MS-13. This is MS-13 area. Tren de Aragua, MS-13. What do we got?
You want to put money on it? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, because see, this person's still talking. They're going to go to break. I don't know, man. Well, no, I'm just looking at the time. Okay, all right.
Gina says, thanks to our new governor, Virginia is now a sanctuary state. Yeah, I mean, the very first thing she did was basically said no cooperation whatsoever between state officials and county and local and Virginia and federal agents. It's crazy. Very first thing she did when she was in office. Thanks for sharing. Be safe out there in Virginia.
Skyvox to you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's okay. I believe you. I just never know if you heard me. Yeah.
Still watching the fluid situation here. Just observing what's going on, what's going to happen out of this. I don't know if they'll be giving any press conferences or updates on this. But we heard the federal side of
these are the big bosses. Okay, cool.
You might be dipping out here soon. But I got another feed to put up. EB.
Oh, we are? Cool. I haven't been to Hawthorne in a minute. They got rid of their soda machine, didn't they?
I might take us down here to this other. No, I'll keep us here. I'll keep us here just to see what's going on. Kash Patel put out a tweet basically saying they've arrested somebody, a YouTuber, for threatening to kill federal agents in Oklahoma. So that's also popping up here too. We're just talking about ICE and Border Patrol. This is the center around this live. ICE, Border Patrol, DHS, protesting, protesters. So far, nobody arrested on the church stuff that I've seen. Nobody arrested yet on the church, the storming the church. Don Lemon's still free for now. So is William Kelly, the bearded guy. He appears to be still out there. And there's a major snowstorm in the mid-Atlantic. It's like a large I-95 area between Philly and Boston could get a foot of snow plus. So we're monitoring that too. And a lot of ice, a lot of snow in Tennessee, a lot of ice out there, ice, a lot of ice. I'm going to keep it here as long as the chopper is up just to see what's going on. The craziness continues out there, folks. Anything brewing in Minneapolis right now? They had, remember we were going to play a press conference with officials, but it wasn't Fry. It was just like some people doing like some sort of town hall. Now you got some representative named Sabika Hussein is speaking with St. Paul residents detained by ICE. A press conference going on. If this goes off, we'll go over there and check it out. I guess we'll just keep the stream going and share all types of ICE related. We were all listening to doctors and nurses and healthcare officials. They're not too happy with ICE, right? How about that? We started, we did that too. We listened to people protesting that work for the airport. Got this Border Patrol shooting in Los Angeles, Willowbrook. The craziness that continues to happen in Minneapolis. It just keeps going and going. No end in sight. Somebody called out Kristi Noem and said she went on TV last night promising arrests last night about the church stuff and no known arrests that we know of now. I will say this without getting into detail. While we were live, the FBI called me. While we were live, the FBI called me from Washington, D.C. And they were inquiring about one of my posts that I outed one of these people that stole federal property. And they were thanking me. And they were asking me more questions. And I clearly talked to them, of course. And I think that individual's in some big, big trouble. The FBI, literally, I'm serious. I'm not lying on everything. The FBI called me. Was it during this live or was it last live? The FBI called me. When did I make that post? 12:32. Yeah. Yeah, the FBI from Washington, D.C. called me today. Was asking me about one of the individuals that stole federal property from the Minneapolis vehicles. They wanted to know more if I know her personally. Do I know anything more? And I gave them the information I know. I'm not looking to collect any reward. If there is a reward offered, I would donate 100% of it to Border Patrol and ICE. So if in the course of doing journalism and we out these people that are doing things, if I was to get any reward, I will donate all of it to Border Patrol and ICE. All of it. I don't want a penny. But we'll see. If this person gets arrested. We're talking about the female I posted on the social media account. The one was caught on video sharing with a YouTuber about documents and exhibits and everything like that, or I was federal names and addresses. We got the papers. We got the papers. So the FBI is taking these things seriously. I mean, I believe they're going after people. So we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. I think she's on their radar. Everything matches: face, person, voice. We shall see. Happy to help. Come on in, folks. We're still, oh, look, the crowd here. Let me see if we got any
spots, right? Oh, no. I would have kept going. All right, CBS is on us, and as soon as they're done, we can bounce, and I think they're done. Okay.
He said CBS, so there could be another chopper feed coming to replace this one so they can get fuel. They all work together. They all the other feed, actually, the boots on the ground feed actually just went away. So if this goes,
still
we don't have any
talking.
left.
But if we got to go, we got to go. I get it.
If y'all know another feed that has what's going
All
on
right.
here, share in the chat. But what we could do in the meantime is I could take you to this press conference here that they're having with representatives, politicians, speaking out against ICE in Minneapolis. So if this feed goes away, we'll go to that.
All right. Yeah, definitely.
And keep the stream up. Costs a lot. It costs $300 to $1,000 an hour for fuel. Keep a chopper up in the sky.
Chris, if you're asking me, yes, definitely, we can go.
He's out. That's the replacement, I think. He said the CBS. What is that? Channel 5. KTLA? Yep.
Is that Gil? I don't know who that is.
Stu. Good job, Stu. Good job, Stu. Samantha Joy says, Southern California native here. This is Compton. So Florencia and Latin Kings territory. The Latin Kings. Thanks for sharing. Latin Kings. Sometimes what they do is they all replace each other. So let's see if KTLA goes up. We'll keep this here. Beautiful Southern California. Beautiful. Is it really beautiful? Willowbrook. Willowbrook. I want to see how big the crowd is, if they could give them another crowd perspective here. Chaos continues. Out there. All right, we're going to stay with this and keep watching. The city of Compton. Compton. Boys in the Hood. Compton. KTLA is up in the air. Yeah, sometimes they it just depends. Sometimes people go live. Sometimes they get their B-roll for their reports. Lithographics. Oh, SpaceX. Ah, SpaceX. SpaceX. Oh, wait, I had something. Hold on. So in Minneapolis, they're saying that's the coolest thing right there. Yeah, that's cool. Never really seen something like this. They keep the feed on while it's while they're landing. Saw my friend, the black conservative preacher, he's out there streaming. He was. Let me see. Quincy. He's just rolling around the neighborhoods. I don't really see any action going on right now on the streets of Minneapolis. It's cold out there, by the way. It's cold. Yes, ICE agents and Border Patrol were ambushed. Yes. Some people said in the chat, ambushed? I would say so, right? When the people are using their vehicles to attack law enforcement, I'd call it an ambush. What do you think? Yeah or no? Or you think a different word? What word would that be? What do you think this incident is? Share in the chat. An attack on law enforcement? An attack? Think the person's innocent? I guess it's basically is like everyone's perspective on the situation. An assault, an attack, ICE agents under attack, fleeing suspect. He was just running. Border Patrol shooting. This happened like 5 hours ago, right? It happened about 4 hours. I would say 4 hours and 15 minutes ago. But I do see a common pattern that has been happening. Is he frozen? No, he's moving. With individuals using their vehicles as weapons, either to attack law enforcement or to escape law enforcement, or maybe a combination of both. People say attempted murder. Attempted murder. Is this attempted murder? Auto ambush? Presumption of innocence? Antifa instigated? Evading? How about the chaos continues? Chaos. Absolute chaos. Utter chaos. Anyone shot? I don't believe so. I mean, that we know of. Someone got arrested. Definitely shots fired. We could see it, the bullet holes in the vehicle. Who started it? Did the individual see ICE agents and just decide to just plow his vehicle in there to get revenge? Or was he plowing his vehicle into ICE agents to try to escape, run off? Or did agents plow their vehicle into him? Who got the credibility here? Who got the credibility here? All right, so let's do something different here. I'm going to wait for this to come up, but I want to show you another some talk, right? Because we've been hearing a lot about politicians speaking and their rhetoric and everything like that. So I'm going to get this up here. We're going to just keep this on. We're going to marathon this. We won't put this up here. This is Minneapolis. This is a representative. Yeah, their feed went away. So I'm going to get this Minneapolis feed up. This is, they're speaking out about a man being detained by ICE in Minneapolis. When you get people like this speaking, kind of keeps the pot stirring, keeps the drama going. Everything like this is going on right now. I just rewinded it back a little bit. Oh, there she is. This one right here. So she is calling for people to continue. This is Lee, representative. She is calling for people to continue to protest at churches.
Okay, sorry. I got confused there.
Good afternoon. My name is State Representative Samakap Hussein, District 65A. I'm honored to be here with you all. Thank you for being here with my colleagues. And as you can see, Nasra Ahmed and her father's here with us, the family members that happened to the tragedy in St. Paul about a week ago.
Hello, my name is, excuse me.
Thank you. And over the last 2 weeks, my office has been receiving endless complaints from our community about civil rights violation on our streets and our community. We are hearing from U.S. citizens, parents, young people, and working family who say they have been stopped with no clarity cost and demanding to show their identity, whether they are citizens or whether they are here illegally or legally way in the state of Minnesota. Let me be clear, this is not a normal, it is unlawful, and it's not public safety. It is intimidation, harassment, and it looks like racial profiling for those people, Black and brown, that has been detained in St. Paul and the state of Minnesota. Many of you have seen the video that's circling online about Nasra Ahmed. Nasra Ahmed is 23 years old, U.S. citizen, born here in Minnesota, raised in Minnesota. She was unjustly arrested by ICE and detained for 2 days. with no legal representation, with no giving a clear answer why she got arrested. Nasra just has been released, but she's not fine yet because she's shocked, devastated, traumatized, and she will never be the same until she got arrested. But what we experienced, it felt like a nightmare when I spoke with her, that she is not feeling the same person. She feels fear. She asked questions herself whether she belonged in here or not, even though she was born in the United States of America. She has been harassed because the way she looks like, the way she dressed. It was easy target to pick up because she is Somali American, but they did not ask her whether she's, born here, and she's been saying it clearly that I am citizen, I am born here in America, never seen in the country. This bigger than one case. Every single person reporting this incident, it's a person of color. That's unacceptable. So today I'm saying clearly, this has to stop for the racial profiling that we've seen in our state of Minnesota. Targeting of Black and brown community in Minnesota must end. No one should be treated like a criminal because of their skin color, because their name, because their accent, or the neighborhood that they live in. Because what ICE is doing, they're targeting Pacific community. They're targeting where immigrant people and people of color are live in public housings. They're not targeting other individuals, but they're targeting for those people that does not look like them. Minnesota is better than this. We will not be silent. We will be demanding answer, and we will demand accountability for those people that's doing bad in our state. As a state legislator, and many of my colleagues here today, we will hold accountability for those hurting, for those people that, whether it's citizens or living in the state of Minnesota, we will be willing to protect. But now I would like to call Nasra Ahmed for her to testimony and say a few words.
Does this mic work?
Yeah, it works.
Hello. Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure I'm a little closer. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, hello. I am very grateful to have this opportunity to speak in front of everyone. And thank you to my senator for representing me and the people behind me for representing me. I can never be more grateful than I am right now. I'm not used to the attention and the fame, unwanted fame that I am receiving right now.
I want to break in because the Black conservative preacher is at a location where people are confronting Greg Bovino again in Minneapolis. I want to take us there. Stand by. Stand by.
Thank y'all. Good to see you again.
Go back.
Good job, guys. Good job. You said get off my property.
Get out of here. Get out of my way. I'm trying to leave. Get out of the way. Are you trying to get out of here? Yeah. Hey. Hey, they're trying to leave. Hey, he's trying to get out of here. You got it. Hey, watch out behind you. Hey. Get out of my city. You're welcome.
What do you see? You're good. I'm from Reuters. Can you tell me what you're seeing and hearing?
Thank you for the $10 super chat.
What you're out doing there, what you're looking for. Getting gas now. But you're not just getting gas now. I mean, I'm trying to be serious. What are you doing? Getting gas. Other than that, what are you doing? And how's it going so far? Fantastic. Are you guys looking at the consequences of denial of service at all? We're getting gas. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Who are you with? Floyd.
Is Minnesota any different than Chicago?
So
come up and talk to you here. Okay. The Gestapo showed up. They're getting some. I know, but
see these people just blowing whistles, blue, 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 blue. I mean, come on, you got to have some serious self-control and restraint here, because these people are just going up in their faces, blowing whistles. This is not as bad as what happened before with all the food, but it just shows when Bovino's out there, they just follow him. They follow him and stalk him.
Abolish all the power to the people in our city. Abolish this country. Abolish ICE. Get out of here, you fucker.
So how do you keep your composure?
You have to care about Shame. Shame on you.
Hey, Fur must be making a comeback, guys. Fur coat. Fur must be making a comeback. Excellent. So, good job.
Genius is going to marry you.
Hey, I love your coat. Is that Fox?
You are not welcome here. We're not going to let you talk. Okay? Fuck you. Fuck you. You can't,
Good. You filled up? All right.
we know.
Thank y'all. Good to see you.
You know you shit yourself in high school. You're a loser, Bovino. You're a loser, Bovino. You are a loser. All of you. Shame on you. You are silly. Shame on you.
I want to get back. Hey.
Hey, ma'am, I love your fur coat. I know. That was great. All right, you guys did that live.
So I went about 3 minutes back or so. Let me just go forward here. This is Black Conservative Preacher. Make sure you give him a follow. This is a personal friend out there just documenting what's going on. And I guess he's going to another location here. We'll kind of sit here for a little bit and see what's going on. We were listening to that, the individual that claims that ICE roughed her up, whatever like that. That was a press conference, but I wanted to come here just to kind of give you perspective of what Border Patrol and Greg Bovino has to go through by just simply getting gas or going to the gas station, and just being totally confronted, harassed by activists, insurrectionists, protesters, whatever you want to call the individuals, right? Everyone, calls these individuals a certain thing. I think it's a combination of everyone, because there is people out there that are protesting. They're in the mix, but they won't cross that line. They might protest afar and they might sit there with signs, and, you can't just say, well, lock everybody up if someone's peacefully protesting. But there's just professional agitators and anarchists in these groups. And, it is definitely organized, definitely funded. But sometimes people, come out in the mix that aren't affiliated with the groups and just come out and what is this? Something else popped up here. I don't know if this is Justice for Renee Good. I think there's a massive protest right now on Breakthrough News. I'm seeing what's going on here because I think there's another Somali business owners are at the mall right now. So I'm gonna look and see here. I think but you notice during the course of this live, we've like all like critical infrastructure, like different types of jobs and everything like that are doing these protests. Let me see what's brewing here. I think there's something brewing in reference to another protest that seems like it just popped up a second ago. So these massive protests continue to pop up. Today's the 21st. In a couple days, they plan to do another. Let's see if protesters demand stronger sanctuary. Dude, the protests keep popping up. They literally keep popping up. This is coming from Breakthrough News. Here, I'm going to put this up. They keep popping up, all these protests, man. It's crazy. Hold on, stand by. I'm going to get something else. It just keeps popping up. And then there's another one planned. All these different, it's like, it feels like it's coordinated and organized for sure. Check this out right here. Put this up here.
Today, we Somalis are not only business owners, we are, Uber drivers, airport workers, healthcare workers, engineers, janitors, and doctors, and more. We help make the city run. We help make the state run. Now it is time to stand up for our brothers and sisters in the immigrant community who are terrorized by ICE. We want to stand up against the terror that's been inflicted on our community. We want to demand justice for Renee Nicole Good, and all the people impacted by the violence ICE raids are happening. We want to announce that we are joining the call to shut it down. No school, no work, no shopping on this Friday, January 23rd. And now I want to bring up a few Somali shop owners and leaders of the Carmel Mall and talk about how they've been impacted by the attacks here and how they're going to participate in the shutdown. I want to first invite Khadija.
Thank you, everybody, for coming here. I appreciate all your support for showing and our message is spread to the world, our message. I told them we're here, and we will be there. So my name is Khadija Warsame. I own Sarah Cafe Shop. I'm standing for Renee need for justice. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. Ice out. God bless you. God bless America. We are sending this message for Washington, D.C. We need a change. We need a change. There has to be change. There has to be. We need to hear our voice. We are here. We are something. We need We hear the bad news. We want to hear the good news. And I want to tell all my Somali community, be there January 23. Your voice is matter. We want to tell them, please be there. Be there. Come there.
Thank you, Khadija. And now I want to invite Abdul to speak.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abdul Kadir. I'm one of the shop owners here in Carmel Mall. We stand today here about the safety of our community, the impact of our economy. As you see, inflation is increasing and fear is everywhere. ICE being seen in our neighborhood. The administration will be requesting to stop ICE activities here in Minneapolis. On Friday, 23rd, we have peaceful protest. All shop owners must be closed. We have to unite and we have to stand our community. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Abdul, for that great speech. And next up, we want to invite Zahra to speak.
Hello, everybody. My name is Zahra Abdallah. I'm the Somalian community director. I just want to say, so we Somalis have. They can't hear me. I think I'm short. I thought I was tall. Okay, how about now? Yeah. Okay. We Somalis have many faces. We contribute to these communities. We are taxi drivers, we are Uber drivers, we are truck drivers, we are business people, and we are senators. We are nobody. We are somebody. And we have enough of this ICE terror. They want to inflict fears into our communities and our families. And they want to, anybody who challenges them, they want to just get rid of them and kill them. So, like Renee, Nicole Goodman. We stand with her, we pray for her, and we're here, and her voice matters. Her fights will continue. We are also coming out as a community, and and we have we already told the Somali mall owners and shop owners January 23rd to shut down and come out and to say that to show that we're unity and our voice matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is a group of Somalis that are because a lot of things when we've been covering these protests, a lot of people have been asking in the chat, where are the Somalis? How come there are no Somalis out there? But now this is the first time I've actually seen Somalis united. I guess they're at the mall there, and Somalis united, and they're joining that January 23rd protest, boycott, shutdown on the 23rd. So that's interesting. It's I think this thing is going to probably be the biggest thing we've seen. I don't know if it's going to be a dud, but yeah. So I'm just going to go back off here. Let's go back over to Black Conservative Preacher and see where he's going and what he's doing. Kind of regroup here and see what's happening. It's pretty crazy, man. This is getting absolute crazy on all levels in front. JD Vance will be in Minneapolis tomorrow. JD Vance, the vice president. Hold on. Stand by. JD Vance is going to be in Minneapolis. Let's go over here. Put this up here. We're going to go back to Black Conservative Preacher who's around. Looks like BG on the scene is also has a feed up at like a small, looks like a mini protest outside the Whipple building. But, the Whipple building seems like it has calmed down. We'll put this up here. Put this on. This is, I don't know where he's going, but I'm going to put this on for a minute. And, man, it's crazy. Chaos, Minneapolis. We'll call this ICE. We'll call it Chaos, Minneapolis. I'm seeing if there's some other protest that's scheduled for today. It looks like Minneapolis Fox has something going up at there's so many different things. It's crazy. The amount of craziness that the things that are up there. Let's see what he has to say.
All right, so we got Commander Bavino and a convoy above ahead of us. Ton of protesters. All those cars in front of us are protesters, including that Fiat right there. And we got a bunch behind us as well, tailing the convoy. And Commander Bavino is stopping at gas stations, trying to buy stuff, and being denied service. So that video is up on my Twitter now. Make sure you go to Raccoon. It's a crazy video. I'm going to post it on socials.
So what they're saying is Bavino's convoy is right there. They're going in front of Bavino's convoy or in back of it, and the activists are chasing Bavino around. So we'll see where this goes and see if Bavino gets out, whatever like that. I don't know. His feed sometimes spins a little choppy. Maybe it's the cellular network. Maybe it's equipment.
So he's not allowed service here. Commander Bavino, is it legal to deny service to federal agents?
Waving at people again. Agents are up here on the left waving at people. Out the car. The fire truck is coming.
Do you understand how crazy this is? Literally, activists, insurrectionists, protesters, people are chasing around Bavino in his vehicle, honking horns and blowing whistles while Bavino and Border Patrol is patrolling the streets. This is insanity. Where is the Minneapolis police? Where is the National Guard? Where are the police? I mean, come on. This is insanity.
He's doing thumbs up. That's funny.
What's your opinion on it? Why'd you kick him out?
Nice little hole.
Oh, this is nuts. This is. I want to keep this feed up because I want to see where Bavino goes. It spins a minute and then it comes back. So you got JD Vance in town. Pam Bondi supposedly somewhere around there. They said they were going to do church arrests. They didn't do church arrests. It looks like Tim Walz gave some sort of statement outside of the governor's mansion with a bullhorn. Let me get this Walz clip up here. Walz came out of the governor's mansion or something like that with a metal gate and started yelling with a bullhorn.
Yeah.
Hope he does well. LA Captain, thanks for $10 super chat.
Now, keep in mind, the people on the stream, I believe I hear Black conservative preacher and Cam Higby, they delivered food for ICE agents. They gave them food and all types of things. You know, they're out there in support of Border Patrol and ICE and documenting what these are, rabid people are doing out there, chasing them around. So some people are like, well, why are they following? They're documenting what these people are doing to Border Patrol and ICE. Or they could be embedded too. Could be embedded. You know? It's crazy. People are like, fix the potholes in Minneapolis. That was insanity. what we just saw with Bovino. All right, Representative Hussein speaks out with St. Paul resident detained by ICE. We kind of watched that a little bit.
All these people have whistles.
All these people have whistles. Everybody's out in the school watching.
See, they're all coordinated. They all know.
They're all coordinating. They all know. And they're using ICE apps and the apps. They got a local app up there, so they pinpoint where Border Patrol is at ICE, and they put the locations, and then the citizens mark down where they're at in real time, and they track their movements. They literally track their movements. That's why almost every time you see
Speedway.
an ICE enforcement in Minneapolis, coincidentally, the people are there at the same time.
Gas station again.
Oh, another gas station.
Oh, another speedway.
Another gas station. Popcorn ready.
All right.
Well, make sure they're getting out.
Boys.
Make sure they're getting out.
They're all parallel with each other.
They're all getting out.
We'll run into the water bottle. I'm not.
Are they getting out?
I have to piss on
They're
I'll
getting
get
out.
You guys.
Yeah, good job, Quincy. Let's see. He's gonna get out too.
I'll park. Take my keys.
Take the keys. There's no police. No police.
I know. I was like, man, look at some undercover.
They think we're with you. They think we're with you guys. Yeah. I know.
Look at this. Look at this person. Look what we're seeing here. We're seeing just some woman just come right up in the face of ICE agents and just hold a camera right up in their face. This person right here. This is insanity. Look at this. Look at this. Who is this person? This is crazy.
We hate you pieces of shit. We hate you fucking assholes.
Dude, this is insanity, dude. Literally, as soon as they just get out to pump gas or get something at the convenience store, they're getting paraded by just people that come out.
You here harass some fucking Abilene? Yeah, you here harass some fucking grandmothers? You here take some guy out of his house in his fucking underwear? Does that make you feel good, huh, asshole? You fucking Nazi pig! Fuck you! Get back to your fucking ugly piece of shit! Fuck your bro, asshole! You fucking piece of shit! Everybody hates you! Everybody fucking hates you! Every last person wants you out! You fucking pig! You fucking Nazi! Get the fuck out! You're a useless sack of shit. You could be useful though. You could be helpful. You could be helpful, dude. You could be helpful. You make different decisions. You could be helpful, right? Fuck you! Fuck you! You feel pretty fucking tough with that tear gas in your hand, buddy. You're scary. You could be helpful. Get the fuck out! Get out! Nice haircut, you fucking piece of shit! Senator! Fuck you! Fuck you, piece of shit! Get out of our fucking city here! We hate you! We fucking hate you! Everybody is part of you fucking asshole! Fuck you! Get out of our fucking city now! We want you out! We want you out, you fucking pigs! You don't want me! Fucking traitor! Get out of here! Well, we're protecting oh, yeah, we're not fuck you! Okay. You are. Back in Texas, asshole! Fuck off! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! All of you! Piece of shit! Stop, get the fuck out! Y'all think this shit is funny? Motherfucker! Yeah! Get the fuck out, Nazi pig! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck out! Where's your fucking right to go? Piece of shit! Rick, how much are you supposed to hit this one? Come on! Fuck off! Did you guys have any success at this one? I can't hear you, right? Did you guys have any success at this one?
We did. Just a few minutes ago, we arrested a suspect that rammed one of our vehicles.
There was a ramming?
Yes.
Just now?
Yes. Wow. So very close to here. So what we don't want to do is bring this to that scene, so we'd rather bring them here than to the scene of the ramming. So it's better that they do this for me rather than our agency. So
Did you hear what Bovino just said? Did you hear what he just said? Ha 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 ha. He's playing these people. They're getting played. They're getting played, dude. They're doing operations elsewhere and he's driving them towards him. Smart. See, some people suggested that in the chat. People are like, yeah, he's throwing them off. He's throwing them off. And that's exactly, he just admitted to it. That's funny. He's like, I'd rather them just come at me than the other agents out there doing the enforcement. It's a decoy. He's a decoy, and he played them. Huh. That's what I was thinking, because my mind was thinking a little bit too. I was like, well, didn't they already get gas? They already been at a gas station like 30 minutes ago. Why are they going back to the gas station? So they might be just going around and then stopping at gas stations or public places and just stop there and then let the crowd come out. But then while they're doing the operation somewhere else. So they're driving. They're like, okay, now time to pull into a place. Everyone's following them. And then they do an ICE operation enforcement somewhere else while it's going on with less people at that location because everyone's so focused on Bovino. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. The diversion.
I don't know why it's dying. I've been having it plugged in. Sorry, guys. It's down to 4%. So if you don't know what happened, sounds like they hit and ran one of the vehicles someplace else. So Bovino's doing a distraction. They're getting back in the cars. We'll keep rolling, you guys. We'll keep rolling.
His battery, he only got 4% battery, so you got to plug in the battery there. So he's charging up.
I heard it when you asked. I was right behind you.
So Commander Bovino just indicated to me that there was a car ramming on federal agents just moments ago. I just asked him, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but Commander Greg Bovino of the Border Patrol just indicated to me that there was a car ramming on federal agents just moments ago.
This guy on our right is staring and looking and watching.
Yeah, I know. It's fine.
Just telling the media.
We're just reporters. We're just reporters.
Here,
I got my badge right here. Yes.
Are they left yet? Oh, the window. Yeah, they're getting a bigger crowd here. More people came across the street.
Holy smokes, there's more people are coming.
Rowdy Chick, hey, thanks for the super chat.
They think they try.
Yeah. They're like coming after us. They think we're Border Patrol. I keep showing them my badge.
They got them blocked in. They're over there. Let's go. Shoot, I gotta get back out. Sorry, I can't take you guys with me this time. Sorry.
All right, so that's we'll wait and see what happens here with this. Let me see if I can find another feed up. So it appears it's a diversion. It's a diversion, but it looks like more people have arrived here and maybe blocking the entrance from. This is why the Insurrection Act needs to be invoked here. This can't sustain itself. This is very dangerous. This is craziness. This is not protesting here. It's not. Look at this. What's going on?
Shit! Fucking sticky stuff.
So put it sideways. Put it sideways for now.
Go.
They went right. They did.
I always forget which way you turn these things.
All right, so I got Cam Higby's feed too. He's in the car. Cam Higby and Black Conservative Preacher are both in the car here. So if Higby's, I think his battery works. If he goes out, I'll go to his feed.
Good.
I want to see where this goes.
Are you guys in that F-150? I shouldn't have said that, but he goes, are you guys in that F-150? I go, yeah, they keep thinking you're us. Oh, shit. Check it back out.
No, we're good.
This is crazy.
Let me take this off the thing.
All right, so it looks like Border Patrol is leaving. That's what it appears to be happening. Border Patrol was leaving the gas station here. A mob of people at the side entrance there. Border Patrol agent had to get out. He got his pepper tear gas in his hand there. We'll see. We'll see.
That white car is in the convoy.
They got a lot of people here. I'm gonna try to see something. If I can move it.
Dude, this is insanity, man. This is insanity. But this is what I mean. They're obviously playing a game with these, protesters, rioters. They're playing them, but it's just showing how just these people just. All Border Patrol has to do is get out and get gas. And within minutes, a mob of people are coming there. And they're all there with whistles. Look at this. They're chasing them. This is insanity, man. Someone's going to get killed here again. Someone's going to get killed. We need National Guard in there, man. This can't sustain itself. This is absolutely bonkers that this is going on. What are you going to say? ICE leave? Because if ICE continues to do enforcement, which they claim they're doing, they're ramping it up. They're bringing more ICE agents and Border Patrol agents. It's going to get this every single day. And this is the cold. This is cold. It's freezing out there. And they're still doing it. Let me see if I can get yeah, he froze. So I'm going to go to Cam Higby because he's in the his feed seems like it comes better. So I'm going to put this up on the I'm going to put this up. I'm going to go his feed here. This is insanity.
I'm an independent journalist. Who went? I'm a freelancer. You're a freelancer. Give me the real outlet. No, you're in their car, man. I'm not in their car. Who do you freelance with? Who's one outlet? I sell my outlet. I sell my to everyone. CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, The Independent. A lot of news out here for you journalists. Okay. Well, we just don't want to get hurt, man.
Dude, this is crazy.
Damn, they're just rolling with the doors open. I want to go around. I want to go left.
What are we going left for? Oh, try to catch up?
Yeah.
We're banging the left, guys. We're going to try to catch up at the other intersection. Yeah, we're going around. We are.
This is crazy.
We're still going straight.
Holy smokes. All right, so they're going around to intercept. Man, there's people, and you heard them. They were like questioning who these guys are. Like, who are you guys? Who are you guys? What news media outlet you with?
So, guys, I just tweeted about Commander Bavino saying that there was just a car ramming on federal agents.
Yeah, they're stopped.
Hopefully they don't get their car rammed or attacked by these people, because they don't have the guns like Border Patrol and law enforcement does. This is insanity. Phew. The chaos continues, folks, in the streets of Minneapolis, in the cold streets of Minneapolis. You got Black conservative preacher Cam Higbee documenting Border Patrol making stops at gas stations, and it could be what appears to be
Okay, they're all down here.
a diversion.
Is the convoy coming?
That's him right there, bro.
Should I just get out and wait and let the convoy come to us? Press.
Yeah.
I'll show you what that is. You're good. Look, see. Right here.
She said, "Get the F out of here. We're pressed." Oh, I'm sorry.
This fucking thing handy, dude. So when he was asking me what car we were in, he goes, "We're really confused." No, it's fine. Like I said, he goes, "We're really confused when you guys waved at us." He thought we were undercovers.
They're surrounding the vehicles now.
He's like, "Yeah, we were super confused what happened." Look at this. Press. Do you have that? Yeah. You have that? I didn't want to get out there on this.
They just smoked it. They just smoked it. Sorry, guys. They got them pinned in. They just smoked. I can't show you guys. Here, let me hop out. I'm recording my other phone, so. Not sure which way it's going to go. Looks like it's coming this way, actually, the smoke. I got it filmed on my other phone.
We got Cam Higbee. Well, they set off tear gas.
Hey, make sure you have recirculation on. What? Recirculation, so it's not pulling air from the... Quincy. We're journalists. Yes, I just reported on it.
What news station? Fuck you! Fuck ICE! Fuck you!
Where's Kevin?
I don't know.
Is the convoy still behind us?
Yeah, I think.
Holy man, that was the good stuff.
Yeah. No, all the way, 2 blocks away, 3 blocks away.
Holy man, that was the good stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy, man. That is crazy. So I guess they set off some tear gas or something like that there. They took them down the neighborhood streets and fired off things. And the crazy thing is about it is these guys are getting, berated themselves because the people think that they're ICE. or undercover agents.
Okay, I'm muted.
Shit, this thing doesn't want to stay on.
Call him.
Alright, guys, so we lost Kev. I'm trying to find him.
Look at this. Look what's right in front of the vehicle there on the right.
I'm throwing the gas mask on.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, they probably got out of there.
Look at that. It's so everywhere.
Yeah, but where did they go is the question.
I mean, they look, F ICE. There's a little sign here. Is that at a school? Is that in front of some sort of school? F ICE. In front of a school. Crazy.
Probably. Fire the whistle, exactly.
Dude, this is nuts. This is the day in the life. Minneapolis. Bison.
Lance, I have no idea if I'm leaving soon or not. Speedway 6000 Portland Ave. No way, they pulled into another speedway. Are you serious?
Already?
Oh,
We were just at that speedway. That's where they were leaving when they had the gas. Was that speedway?
Dude, they're saying they pulled into another speedway. So I guess they're going to a speedway. This is crazy. They pulled into another speedway. Dude, crazy. They're just going to speedway to speedway to speedway.
Shop. Tell them to send a drop a pin.
My goodness, this is crazy. Let me go back to this other feed and see. Because his goes a little off a little bit too. Let me just see. I don't know if it's cell phone reception. It's wow. This is crazy.
Insurrection Act now. I actually, my position is Insurrection Act 3 fucking weeks ago. That's my position.
Insurrection Act should have been invoked way back in Chicago. This is crazy.
Trying to find that convoy again.
Street they were on.
He's like, yeah, journalists. Holy fuck. Jesus.
Is he in here?
I think it's just smoke. I don't think it's gas. If it's gas, it'll be
I'm
running
going
away.
to drop this up soon.
You said he was just at 26 in Lindell. Where's Lindell at? Okay.
Oh, it is gas.
That wasn't very strong stuff. Yes. I think we're blocking people.
Big dries.
I'm not sure where the ramming was. I didn't. I don't think Ravina would have told me to make this. I think the idea was to keep the protesters away from the side of the car ramming so the agents could make arrests and everything.
You find out. I'm going to the last location he sent. That was at a school property too, man.
That was a school?
I think it was a school. Okay, come on, cars. Let's go. You're in a Subaru. Tune me up. Keep charging. Yeah, we're turning on Lindell right now. So it's up ahead, the convoy. On Lindell. Yeah. If these cars would turn, this car in front is not a protester, so.
Do you think Kev's going to be able to make it?
He's
Is he with him?
He's on. He said he was over this way.
Is he with the convoys?
I don't know.
DB Cooper, thanks for the super chat.
You can't turn this car. It's just.
Where's the camera?
Hold on. Your stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. Have you seen it?
I had not seen the camera.
Dude, somebody might have taken it. For real. I think somebody literally stole my camera. Were the windows down? Was the truck locked?
Somebody stole his camera. I'm working on something here on my end while this is going on. This is insanity. Oh, I think they're trying to go to another gas station.
Locked. Titan creatures rigged out here. That's that. Sorry, guys, we're getting a little busy here for a second. While I screw this thing away. Doing a lefty loosey righty tighty. Come on. Screw it in.
Where's Chris Kevin?
It's not safe to text while driving.
Yeah, okay.
It's also not
Thanks,
safe.
guys.
It's also not safe to leave Kevin out on the street, so we got to find him.
Call him? You want to call him? He's not. I already told him.
He says Milk Jam Creamery, 2743 Lindale.
I know, but I can't. It's right here. So,
This is it?
so I mean,
Let's see where they go. Insanity, folks.
all right, we're coming up to him.
Coming up to him?
Yeah, get out.
It's right there. I think it's him. Jump in.
Come on.
Hurry up.
I'm gonna go to Cam Higby because I think his feed is a little bit better. Doesn't skip as much. It must be Quincy must be on a different provider or something like that. And they had somebody jump in the car with him, so I don't know what the deal is with that. So we'll see. Keep circle. Crazy.
Top touch that little back's a drone. What's up, chat?
I still see them.
So we are tailing.
Trying to.
We're trying to tail a convoy. We've been tailing it pretty much all day because we've got these protesters. Yeah, it's 100% good. So we've been these protesters. All these protesters in front of us are tailing the convoy, and there's like a quadrillion of them. And then people need to stop calling me. Everybody stop calling me. I can't talk on the phone right now. They all think we're ICE too, which is a problem because they're all screwing with us. The convoy's ahead of us. We got a bunch of cars behind us. Everyone's honking. It's me, Kemp the Sobic, and Quincy, BC Preacher. So earlier, Bavino got out of his car. They got out of the convoy, and they stopped at a gas station. They actually stopped at 2 gas stations. I got some really good shots of them. And they started, they went in and they got some Slim Jims and stuff, and the protesters just totally mobbed them, hundreds of them, and dozens of cars. And so it was nuts. It was crazy. Bavino, they dumped a bag of chips on Bavino. He ended up having to push somebody. Another agent pushed another person pretty good, and then that person started twerking on the agent. He's rolling with BORTAC and Border Patrol.
I didn't see any ice with him. So it's getting pretty rowdy out here. We followed him from this convoy. And when I say convoy, I mean the BORTAC agents and I mean the protesters as well. That Prius in front of us is a protester. There's like 20 cars behind us. That this convoy has been going since like Powderhorn Park for 2 hours. They caught him up on Cedar and started honking their horns. But Vino is the commander at large, Border Patrol. Commander at large for Border Patrol. Cam, you need a knight in shining armor outfit. I mean, like, body bop bop bing, body bop bum bim. I was the knight in shining armor in your movie.
Yeah, I apologize for that. Apologize. I've been focusing on something else a minute. Some people are like, it's a few minutes behind. Sorry about that, folks. I had something else. I was getting text by somebody, and I was just trying to navigate through that, so I wasn't paying attention. So yeah, they proceeded significant distance. I don't know what's going on here, but I got something going on here on my end. So I think with that being said, I'm going to sound off, but I strongly recommend go over to Black Conservative Preacher and or Cam Higbee to, you know, follow where this goes. We'll see, but obviously this is some sort of it's a diversion for sure what Border Patrol is doing. But I'm also seeing something else that's popping up too. Just making sure. See, there was another location in Minneapolis that was up here. His camera spins. Plus, also, folks, there is a protest outside of the Whipple building, and it seems like that feed is up here too. But don't necessarily think there's anything really popping off on that. But I want to stay on. Let me just stay on here for another 8 minutes and see what pops up here on Minneapolis Fox, because they're going live. Protesters demand stronger sanctuary policy. So I don't know what that is about, but I saw that pop up too. So his volume went off. So crazy stuff, man. It's just crazy. At one point, you know, you're going to have to bring in the National Guard. Any given day, the Insurrection Act probably will be invoked on here. People are like, it should have been invoked. My goodness, it's just chaos. Let me see if there's any additional information about that ICE shooting in Compton, too, where we started out at. I don't know if we're going to get more information. Yeah, Higbee, his feed went away. Yeah, he just finished. That's why he finished. So it's only Black Conservative Preacher. He's the only one I see up, and then I see let me just. But his feed is like kind of like choppy. It's crazy. Nope, no one's left. Everyone's gone. Everyone's gone. But let's just stay up for 4 more minutes and see what pops up on Fox Minneapolis, because they're going up on 4. I just want to see what it is, if there's like a protest or something going on. I don't think Quincy can get out of the vehicle because of his battery. And I've been in that situation too. When you have like 2% or 4% battery, you have to rely on that. I have one of those big charger things or whatever, those big packs. But they're hard to get on the plane. So you have to be at the mercy of the vehicle charger. Now, sometimes it drains more than it, you know what I mean? When you plug your phone into the vehicle, it actually drains more than it charges. And sometimes it charges more than it drains. And sometimes it sustains itself. So if you got a full battery and you're plugged in the whole time, most of the time it will sustain itself. Not really gain, but it does. But then some vehicles, it drains. It drains. So his battery's down. That's why he was staying in the car, because he said he only had like 4%. So you either have to kill the stream, go to a McDonald's or somewhere, Starbucks, go get something to drink, something to eat, and charge up, and with your thing, which takes about an hour, and do it again, or you just wing it as far as it goes. But once you lose your power, your thing will just keep spinning and spinning until you get back on. I don't know. With that being said, we'll probably come back later. I think that's what we'll do. But this is independent journalists out there. Well, hold on. Never mind. I'm all distracted here on numerous fronts. I want to see what pops up at 4 o'clock. So we got a couple more minutes. I'm going to see what pops up here. See if we got another situation. We've got all these planned protests all over the place. Just complete chaos going on. I mean, I want to follow this through, because I definitely want to see what happens here. Something's going to have to give. Something's going to have to give. This cannot go on like this. It cannot. It cannot. Now, Border Patrol could at one point say, similar to what they did the other cities, we apprehended 1,000, 10,000 illegal aliens. Our mission is complete. Move on. I think that's kind of what they did with Chicago, in a sense, when Bovino and all them were in Chicago, and then suddenly they got out of there. They went to Charlotte very quickly. But here's another thing too. The 8th Circuit Court of Appeals lifted restrictions on ICE's use of force against protesters. So there was a judicial ruling that just dropped a few hours ago. And the appeals court sided with the Trump administration. So ICE can use of force in Minneapolis, or Minnesota in general, because they're not just in Minneapolis, they're in Twin Cities area. They're all over the place. I don't know where they intended. I'm sure the people, ICE and them, are communicating with them and telling them where they're at, whatever like that, to film and document. I remember when I was doing a lot of the border stuff in California, actually Border Patrol would share with me locations and what's going on and encourage me. Border Patrol at the time, that was ran by Mayor Orcus, but the agents wanted to do their jobs. They just couldn't. But they were actually telling us to film and to where to go to film, because they wanted to get that information out there. I think the Border Patrol here in this situation would like people to see the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They don't mind the filming and everything like that. So another situation today, there was a House committee that had a hearing on fraud. We didn't cover that, but that was going on too. House committee on fraud. It's like the YouTuber Nick Shirley was speaking along with others about all the fraud stuff. Now, the president of the United States has said that
I haven't muted you guys, so that's why
nobody was talking about the fraud anymore. Nobody's talking about the fraud. Well, hold on a second. Now there's a press conference in Portland, Maine. Portland, Maine. Border Patrol and ICE has started an operation called Operation Catch of the Day in Maine. And now the Portland mayor is speaking. Maine, not Portland, Oregon, Portland, Maine. So it appears they're doing operations in Portland, Maine now. Operation Catch of the Day. Sounds like kind of fishy, right? Operation Catch of the Day. Portland Mayor Mark Dion delivers remarks as ICE ramps up operations in Maine. Let's listen. Well, it's actually been here for a while, but let's see if I can get a good volume one. There's quite a few feeds up on here. What's going on here? Dude, Operation. Man, their volume is low, though. Let me see if I can get. Operation Catch of the Day in Portland, Maine. Interesting, right? Operation Catch of the Day. Portland Mayor Dion holds press conference on ICE activity. They've been speaking for a while. Let's go over there and just see what's up. And I'll continue. And if something breaks here, I just want to see what this is, kind of listen in. Usually the first few minutes is an indicator of where this is going. So I'm going to get this up here. Maine.
I told a reporter this morning a story about my own child.
Here. This will save me about phone calls. That was the press for calling today's conference.
Not really loud.
And we also have the superintendent, person of the Board of Education here if you should have questions.
I don't think this one's gonna work because it's not really loud. It's not really loud, but they're having a press conference in Maine. So that's a situation too in Maine. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But maybe they'll put up additional feed and they'll have the volume up, whatever. We can review it later and listen to what's going on. ICE Operation Catch of the Day in Maine. That's crazy. So ICE in Maine, Minneapolis. This is crazy stuff, folks. We're continuing to. All right, the feed for Minneapolis did not go back up. I don't know where Black conservative preacher's going or what their plans are. He has himself on mute, by the way. Yeah, he's on mute. And maybe he has to get maybe it's a service provider too. That's like that. What's going on here? So this is another one. Look at this. ICE is putting up now tarps at the Whipple building. Fencing reinforcement. So what this looks like is, that might be clips from before. Yeah, they're clipping this stuff. All right, I'm signing off. We'll regroup. We'll be back later if something else jumps back. Crazy stuff, folks. The chaos continues. There has been a lot that we talked about. I appreciate everyone that contributed as we're watching what's going on. We'll see if something breaks off or something crazy. We'll definitely be back. Definitely monitoring the situation. We're seeing what's going on in real time. Wild things, folks. We'll see what happens here. Vice President of the United States will be in Minneapolis tomorrow, so we'll definitely cover that. You know there's going to be cameras, everything. It looks like some sort of roundtable meeting, whatever like that. And we'll see if anything breaks off. People are saying it's the low 20s today, so it's not as cold as it was a couple days ago, but still. All right, folks. Be safe. JLR Investigates. Thanks for watching, and we will talk soon. Have a good day, folks. Peace out.